The usual rigmarole. Let's see. Come on. Let's not waste a whole lot of time making this happen. And here, what the come on, son. No. Up. There we go. Okay. I tell you, boy howdy. The stuff I do to give y'all entertainment, I tell you. There we go. Alright. Hi, Ace of Horns. We're going to be going here as soon as there's more people showing up. Eventually. Maybe. We'll see. Come on, folks. Hurry it up. Yes, it is, Tortured Soul. Yes, it is. Come on. I ain't got all night, you know. This is my weekend. Everybody needs to show up. Make it worth it. Make it worth it. Hello. Let's get going now. I don't want to be at this all night. I used to do that, but I don't do it no more. I just can't do it. I can't do it no more. No. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. There's plenty of seats. Hi, Juggernauts. Black Metal Gamer, $1.87. That's awful specific. Thank you, Black Metal Gamer. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, son. Thank you. It's probably a conversion rate or the fee he paid to post that. I don't know. I don't know, but I appreciate it either way. Thank you, Black Metal Gamer. 5 people. That's all I get? 5 people? Where are y'all at? Are y'all sitting around the TV watching CNN? I mean, I can understand that, but hello? Anybody? Well, might as well get going then. It is 6 o'clock. It is Saturday night, October 7th, 2023, and this is the 7th Cast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. That's me. 8th is doing something. I don't really know what. I do have a guest this evening. Alex, you want to come here? Come on. There you go. I got Alex with me tonight. Oh. Okay. You want to give Grandpa kisses. I get it. Okay. All right, Alex. Alex, you're on TV, Alex. Okay. All right. Okay. So, here's what happened. Months. Are you done? Months and months ago, Alex, Months and months ago, I pre-ordered the collector's edition of Assassin's Creed Mirage for PS5 for $149.99. And then I forgot that I did that. So I wake up the other day and my bank account is $160 less than what I was expecting it to be, and I have a box sitting on my porch. This is what happens when you get old. Old people should not pre-order things because they will forget that they did it, which is what happened to me. And it happens a lot. It happens a lot. I'll pre-order something and I'll completely forget about it. Now, it's not like Polymega, where I pre-ordered it 2 years ago and I still remember it every day and it hasn't shown up. No, that's a different situation. So anyway, it showed up on my porch. And while I myself have not played it, because 8th always gets first dibs on any new game that we get, he did sit in the game room and play it for an extended period of time, and I watched him play it. Well, it's the original Assassin's Creed, only it's in Baghdad, and the story's not as interesting. There. If that appeals to you, then you should go out and buy it. If you prefer the last 3 Assassin's Creed games, like Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you will not like this game because it plays almost exactly like the very first Assassin's Creed game. In fact, I mean, there's a few differences, but it's so similar that it almost makes me wonder if they used an iteration of their original dev engine for it and just upped the graphical capabilities, because it's that similar. It's my understanding that the game can be 100%ed in about 20 hours, so it's like a 20-hour plat. I really liked the original Assassin's Creed, so I am assuming that I will eventually really like this game when 8th is done with it. Although, watching that first few hours, or a couple of hours that I watched him play for about 2 hours. And then when he went to check his completion percentage at 2.5 hours of gameplay, it said that he was 40% finished with the main story. Now think about that. Anyway, the story just wasn't gripping me. Some of the acting was kind of, and the writing wasn't that compelling. And it's basically just the origin story of one of the characters of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's all it is. You just gonna sleep on my arm now? Yeah, I didn't bring you up here to make you invisible to the camera, you know, Alex. That's right. I'm talking to you. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do? Okay. Here. Say hello. Say hello to everybody. Look. Okay. Are you a good girl? Huh? Are you good for your grandpa? Huh? All right. You don't feel like fighting? Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to feel? No? Okay. All right. Spoil my fun then. Just spoil my fun. She's a very sweet thing, but she likes to fight. It's what she does for fun. She plays with her toys, and then she fights. But right now, she seems like she's just wanting to be sweet, and she's waiting for her dad to come home. That being 8th. That's why she keeps looking at the door. She don't like to be in here. And eventually, 8th is going to get home from work, and he's going to come through that door, and he's going to take her. And that's why she's staring at the door right now. Because she's waiting on her rescuer. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? That's who you're waiting on. You're waiting on your dad? Yeah, that's what I thought. What's the future for Naughty Dog after they milk the last... I don't know, man. It's like I told y'all. Druckmann ruined everything. Think about it. What really good has come out lately? You know, everyone talks about The Last of Us Part 2. The Last of Us Part 2 is not all that. It ain't. And neither was Uncharted 4. Not really. You know, it's 2023. Last of Us 2 came out 2023 years ago. What have they put out? Re-releases. Remasters. And what's the big difference between now and years ago? Druckmann is running the company. That's the big difference. A man who had no previous experience running a development studio is running the show. I rest my case. They should just let him go to Hollywood and make shows. Get him out. Put somebody else in there. Hell, make Mark Cerny the head of Naughty Dog. He has more history with it than Druckmann does. And he knows how to run a team. Pathetic. Pathetic. Hello, I'm at work while watching. Okie dokie. How different would Sony have been if someone time traveled and prevented The Last of Us from ever being made? Oh, if only. You guys know I've never been a fan of it. I wasn't a fan of the first one. I really wasn't a fan of the second one. To me, it was just another survival horror game. You know, I liked the character of Joel. That was it. That was it. No, thank you. No, thank you. Is Neil Druckmann the Kathleen Kennedy of gaming? Well, you're not too far off on that. Oh, look who it is.
Where's the dog?
Doggo is right here.
Dog. Come here.
Take dog.
Mm-hmm.
See you later, fruit of my loins. There we go. Sevens, was the AC really a mirage? Well, sometimes in Texas it certainly feels that way. Speaking of which, today was my first day in memory since around May that it actually felt nice outside. Felt like it was maybe 65, 70 degrees with just a very relaxed breeze. It felt like fall. It didn't smell like fall because the leaves aren't dead, but it at least felt like fall. I enjoyed today. Nice sunny day, not too hot, not too cool. Nice breeze against my face. It was pleasant. It's not 9th, it's 8th Shadow Deist. And yes, he's lost a little weight because he's walking around at his job every day. His job requires a lot of walking. And in fact, he used to be quite a bit thinner than that just 3 years ago. The weight that he has on him now is weight that he gained from COVID, and now he's walking it off. During the whole pandemic period, he was just kind of sitting around playing video games, and so, he put on some weight. Now he's back to walking. He's working some of the weight off. This is what it is. Well, this was a pretty slow news week for gaming. I just wanted to bring up the fact that I accidentally bought Assassin's Creed Mirage, and it's okay, but not exactly earth-shattering. So whatever you guys want to talk about, we can talk about it. Thrill me, excite me, surprise me, regale me with your questions. I await you. Eat less equals lose weight is not always accurate. You have to have regular exercise in there too, because no matter what it is, you have to make sure that you're burning more than you're taking in. And even if you're only eating 1,500 calories a day, if all you do is sit because, for example, you work an IT job, the weight doesn't exactly rapidly fall off. I would know that better than most. And yes, I let my hair air dry. I did not blow dry it, and so it's doing the whole frizz thing. Every time I just let it dry on its own, it ends up looking like this. I can't do anything with it. World War III imminent. Well, that's, again, I don't know how many times I have to remind y'all of this. This is a gaming and movies and pop culture podcast. This is a place for you to go to escape such things, not share commentary or ask me questions about it. Are we clear? Good. So, all right. We got 20 in here. For me, that's respectable. So, let's go. Questions, questions, questions. Ask your questions. I'm right here. Live, baby. Live. As live as it gets. Are you interested in the Five Nights? No. That's more 8's thing. I've never given a crap about Five Nights at Freddy's. Not at all. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. The closest I came to caring about Five Nights at Freddy's is I watched the rip-off movie starring Nicolas Cage. And I thought it was hilarious. Aside from that, that's it. Hi, Alexis. Freddy Got Fingered? I like that movie. It was a movie that was made intentionally to be bad, but I like it anyway because of that fact. That whole movie is a troll. And I think it's ingenious, really. I'm probably one of the few people alive in this country that saw Freddy Got Fingered in the theater. This one right here. Tales of Arise is back on the shelf. Oh, did you finish it? 7th, do you think Hitman is better than Assassin's Creed? I don't like Hitman. And that's the thing, in any other circumstance, I wouldn't like Assassin's Creed because I don't like stealth games. But it does its stealth a little bit differently. Not a lot differently, but it does it differently. And plus, I'm a sucker for ancient history. So, the opportunity to wander around and explore ancient Baghdad, sure, I'm there. Who is your favorite wrestler besides Roddy Piper, of course? Probably a tie between Bret Hart and Sting. No, I got burnt out on it again, and I don't think I'm going to finish it. All right. Well, then I shall start it tonight. You heard it here first, folks. I'm going to start a years-old game tonight. Tales from a Mirage. I'm starting it tonight. Because I can. Don't ask. I don't know. I'm in a weird mood today, so be prepared for it. I don't know why. I just am. I think it's because I was overworked this week. We had a big project, big software update that required me to be chasing people around to make sure they got all their work done before end of day Friday because the systems were being taken down for updating. And so any work that they didn't get completed by end of business on Friday was going to be lost. So I'm chasing after all these people, reminding them, hey, you need to hurry up and finish because if you don't, I'm going to be shutting stuff down and you're going to lose all your stuff. And so then Friday, all those people that I warned still weren't done, and so I was chasing them all day long. You know, once an hour on the hour, reaching out to hundreds of people. Hey, you still have so-and-so open. Hour later, hey, you still have so-and-so open. And some of them still had stuff open up to the last 5 minutes and were still opening new stuff up until the last 5 minutes. And out of all those hundreds and hundreds of people, because I wouldn't leave them alone, I had one person who didn't get all their work done at time, and I had to bump them off the server and kill their stuff. One. Fun. But it also required me to stay 2 hours late, unpaid overtime because I'm salary on a Friday. Didn't like it, but it comes with the job. It's like I told you guys, my work schedule is kind of unpredictable. I'm guaranteed at least 40 hours of work, but I usually work more than that. Such is IT, gentlemen. Such is IT. It's the way it goes. Hi, Master Chief Snake. Y'all are kind of quiet tonight. What's up with y'all? I mean, I don't have to be on here. I can go do something else if y'all want. My backlog is biblical. I can go work. I can go play a game. I don't have to be here. You know, if y'all ain't gonna ask questions, there's no reason for me to sit here and just jabber on, waiting for y'all to come up with something to talk about. I'm just saying. We got to make it exciting. You got to ask me good stuff. Did you see The Undertaker's retirement ceremony? It was during the pandemic, so he walked out to an empty arena with pre-recorded cheers played over the loud. Now, I didn't see that. The one that I saw his Hall of Fame acceptance speech. That's what I saw. The one where he was talking about his faith and, the life tenets that he lives by and what have you. I love horror films. In fact, I watched a new horror film earlier today. I watched VHS 85. I liked it better than the last one, but I really haven't liked one since VHS 2. I think that's the last one where I really, really got into it. Yeah, Master Chief, you didn't see the... There's also a Hellraiser poster right above me. Do you not see the lament configuration right there? With the light coming out of it? Pinhead, And Dr. Sleep. And I mean, you've seen my game room tour. I've got Nightmare on Elm Street and Halloween and Friday the 13th and Ghostbusters. That's horror comedy. What's up, man? Hey, Ben. How's it going? VHS 85. The dog death was sad. I don't remember a dog dying in VHS 85. I remember there was a squirrel that died, but I don't remember a dog dying. Maybe I missed something. I mean, I just watched it like a few hours ago. Are you a fan of the Trail series? Yes. Good old-fashioned turn-based RPG. Do I like it or The Ring? Yes, I like it, and yes, I like The Ring. I liked The Grudge better, but I like The Ring. Is there an old film you would like to see remade? The Last Starfighter. I'd like to see The Last Starfighter done with modern tech. Or at least a reboot-quel. You know. Either or. You know, a reboot / sequel or a remake. I'd be fine with either. But Last Starfighter. Let's make it happen. Right now I'm cooking pasta. Well, okay there, Master Chief. Hey, 7th, which is creepier, Dead Silence or The Grudge? The Grudge. Dead Silence has a couple of creepy moments, like when she's like, where he opens up that cabin or whatever and she's in there. But for the most part, Dead Silence is more funny than anything else because it's such a stupid premise. Did you like Valhalla? I liked Valhalla until it got boring, and I never finished it. I mean, to me, there is such a thing as there being too much game. You know, for me, I don't really want to put more than, at maximum, 100 hours in a single game, which is how many hours I put into Skyrim to plat it. I don't really want to go any farther than that. And I kept playing Valhalla, and I kept playing it, and, I wasn't just doing the story missions. I was doing a bunch of side stuff to level up, too. And it got to the point where, I made it to Valhalla, and I was right before the part where you're supposed to fight the big wolf, and I just was like, I don't really want to play this anymore, and I turned it off, and I haven't turned it on since. That was a couple of years ago. Sir, why are people suddenly disappearing in the U.S.? Is this true? I have no idea what you're talking about. Aside from the usual kidnappings and murders that happen every year, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry I'm late to class, Mr. 7th. Detention. Detention for you. There is a horror game franchise on PlayStation which is a spiritual successor to Silent Hill, was called Siren. Yes, I'm familiar with Siren. Which has worse dialogue and voice acting, Deadly Premonition or the original Resident Evil 1? I got to give it to Resident Evil 1. Its voice acting was 1,000 times worse than anything that was in Deadly Premonition. 7th, did you like the Nun films? Not really. 8th has seen both of them. I've only seen the first one. Hi, Nick. Vengeful Cowboy. I would like to see Grumpy Old Men remade, but I'll just stick to watching El Presidor wish Piccolo on the Browns. Who would be the Grumpy Old Men? Who are our old actors now that are still alive? I know we got Morgan Freeman, and Anthony Hopkins is still alive, but would Anthony Hopkins be able to not have the British accent? And would he be able to do that kind of comedy? I don't know. Who would be the old men in that movie if it was made today? Bill Murray? Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd, maybe? That might be an idea. That might be an idea. Remake Grumpy Old Men with Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd. That might be an idea. Wow. I'm a Hollywood genius. I'm glad I thought of it. Is Ghostbusters really that amazing of a movie, or more iconic and just okay? Well, you have to remember that at the time Ghostbusters came out, there hadn't really ever been anything like it. The closest thing to it prior to that coming out would have been like the old Abbott and Costello meet the Universal Monster movies, like meets Frankenstein, meets whatever, Dracula, whatever. Ghostbusters, when it came out, no one had ever seen a big budget sci-fi comedy epic, with all sorts of special effects and stuff. No one had seen that. It was a first. It was a trend maker. And so, you watch it now after having, if this was the first time you'd ever watched Ghostbusters and you've already sat through all the Marvel movies and you've sat through Starship Troopers and all these other sci-fi and fantasy comedic films, then yeah, Ghostbusters probably wouldn't be that impressive to you. But in 1984, it was thrilling because nothing like it existed. And that's why I still love it to this day. How did Sega go from being an American company to Japanese? Well, it started out as a company that rented out pinball machines and other entertainment devices on the East Coast of the United States. I can't remember the name of it at the time, but that's how it got its start. And it entered into some business partnerships over in Japan, I want to say during the war. And they were doing such bang-up business over there that they kept that office open. And so they had, offices in the United States and offices in Japan for years and years and years and years and years. And it's just evolved into the situation that we have now over time. How many parts is your Trey Brotherhood documentary going to be? Well, for the time being, I don't. As of right now, I'm planning on this iteration of it ending when El Presidor leaves the console war. And so to get to that point is going to take 3 more episodes. So it'll be a 10-episode series. Whether I continue on from there to the time when I was running the show and getting into wars with the NW Nation and whatnot, that will be entirely up to you guys. But I will be taking a bit of a break from it once I get those 3 episodes done, because at that point we'll be going into the holidays and I'll want, my Sundays back for a little while, because that's the day that I do the majority of the work. So it's like I'm spending 3 hours on my Saturday talking to you guys, and then I'm spending all day Sunday creating, editing and putting the video together. And I've been doing that now for 7 straight weeks. So once I get those last 3 episodes done, I'm taking a break until after the first of the year. Not a break from the 7thCast, but a break from Trey for Life. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'll try to get other kind of material out, so I'm still posting a video a week, but something that's less time intrusive for me than what Trey for Life is. And then after New Year's, I'll look at seeing if I have enough video footage to create 10 episodes about the NW Nation War. And if I do, then I'll do a season 2, and then that'll be all. Because by that point, there will be no videos left to cover. But again, that's kind of up to you guys and how much you would want to see that period of the time. Let's see here. What retro system would you love to see official re-release physicals for sale at common stores? NES, so I could get a physical re-release of Little Samson and Panic Restaurant. And yes, I know you can buy repro cards, but not quite the same thing. Mel Gibson and Harrison Ford. I don't know. Oh, Mega Man 8. That's the one where Dr. Wily sounds like Elmer Fudd, right? He does. If you've never played Mega Man 8, not Dr. Wily, Dr. Light. Dr. Light sounds like Elmer Fudd. It's ridiculous. It's really, really bad. That was the one thing I didn't like about Mega Man 8. Everything else about it I love. But that voice acting, especially Dr. Light, was terrible. Weird West is one of the latest free offerings. Have you played it, platted it? I have barely played it, didn't really like it. Maybe I didn't give it enough of a chance, but it felt like something that didn't really play very well on console. It felt like something I should be playing with a mouse and keyboard. Hey, 7th, it's me. How are you? From Discord. Hi, Zach. How's it going? Are you really doing a great... Oh, you are really doing a great job on the Trey Brotherhood videos. Thanks for making them good times. Well, I'm glad somebody's liking it, because the YouTube algorithm has decided that it's not worthy of attention. And that's why the last several videos have only been hitting 400 views, where the others were like heading up towards, 700 and 800 and would eventually hit 1,000. But now the algorithm has crippled it. It's like the farther into the story I get and the more curse words I'm having to edit out of every video, the lower the views are. And it's YouTube. YouTube is screwing with it. So literally the only way this show would be an actual success would be through word of mouth. Grassroots. If you were still trick-or-treating, what character would you dress as? Uncle Fester. Don't even have to think about it. Uncle Fester. Although now that I got this long hair, maybe I'd do Leatherface. I don't know. Maybe I could tape a rubber band to my cheek and go as Captain Lou Albano. I want season 2. Okay. I am ashamed to say I've never played a Mega Man game. Get off my stream! You're banned, sir. You have 2,393,716 views on your channel on your stats. Yes, that's correct. Because I used to be popular, Zach. I'm not popular anymore. But at one point, I was quite popular. I was like right on the verge of blowing up. And then the apocalypse happened and killed my channel. But I still have my diehards that watch and come to my streams, so I keep doing the streams. My ego is not based around my YouTube life. YouTube is a catch-22. Getting fame through YouTube in the long run, I don't care who it is, I don't care if it's PewDiePie, Mr. Beast, in the long run, it's not beneficial to your life. It's beneficial to your bank account, but it's not beneficial to your life. It can do a lot of damage. And so I'm fine having a small cult audience. And every so often in a blue moon, something I do will still blow up a little bit. If nowadays, if I had a video that got 5,000 views, for me that'd be like 1 million views. I'd be ecstatic. The fact that I actually have hit 1 million views on a video is something that, to this day, I still have trouble quantifying that in my brain. That 1.2 million people sat and watched me. I still don't know quite how to process that, you know? What are your thoughts? Let me see here. What's up, 7 Up? What's up? When will Druckmann leave Naughty Dog? When he gets a big enough offer to direct from Hollywood, he'll be gone like that. Because I'm telling you right now, one of the reasons that Naughty Dog is in the toilet right now is because Druckmann doesn't care about management stuff. He wants to create, even though the stuff that he creates sucks. And so now he's gotten his head full thinking that he's an auteur director and Hollywood writer. And so the first time Hollywood comes a-calling and says, hey, we think that you could really have a career over here with us, he'll be gone. Hey, 7th, did the film Texas Chainsaw Massacre make people scared to go to Texas and live there? Not at all. Not at all. For one thing, the killer that Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based on didn't live in Texas. No, he did not. Ed Gein. He did not live in Texas. Nor did he kill people with a chainsaw. Saw 10 was great. I got tired of Saw once they killed Jigsaw. Once they killed Jigsaw, I didn't see the point anymore. What's the biggest game series you have never played? I'm trying to think. Destiny. Never played it. I played like 5 minutes of the demo. I've never played the actual game Destiny or Destiny 2. Another one. I've never played Overwatch. I've never played Fortnite. Yeah. Never played PUBG. I've never played World of Warcraft. Never played Final Fantasy Online. Or Final Fantasy 14, whatever you want to call it. Do you still play first-person shooters if they have a story and it's not a bland military shooter? I think you could be popular again. You could take over Review Tech US. I'm not doing news. That's Rich. Rich can have that. I don't. No. I'm not going to sit here and regurgitate N4G. I plan on becoming a YouTuber. Do you have any advice? Don't. Don't bother. Read a book. Play a video game. Go out and meet people. It's not worth it. And it takes entirely too much time for the results that the most of us get. I know people that have been on here for a decade that get 5 and 6 views a video. It's not worth it, man. The only reason I get what I get is because I used to be popular. That's the only reason I still get what little I get. It's not worth it. What games are hardest to collect for retro as far as the media still working and not rotted or rusted? Neo Geo. Neo Geo. Every single game, rare. Every single game, expensive. And there's not even that many of them. But it would cost you thousands of dollars to collect the whole set. That's why I didn't mind trading my Neo Geo in to get an arcade cabinet. Because I knew that chances are it would be very highly unlikely that I'd be getting that many more carts for it. If you're going to collect Neo Geo, you're better off collecting Neo Geo CD because the system's cheaper and the games are cheaper. And it has most of the same library. 7th, did you like Ahsoka? No. Seems like most people don't like modern Star Wars and in denial in it ever getting good again. It's not good. It's not a good show. Nobody on that show has a real character arc, and a lot of the ideas are ripped part and parcel from Lord of the Rings. You've got Ahsoka dying and becoming Ahsoka the White. Hello. You've got Balin Score, or whatever his name was, Ray Stevenson's character. He goes to this planet and he breaks off on his own and goes on a journey. He's standing upon the pillars of what's its name, and he's looking at Mount Doom with the red light coming up out of the mountain. He's chasing after the One Ring. And that big warp ring that they use to transport the ship, it's called the Eye of Sion, as in the Eye of Sauron. It's ridiculous. And I am of the opinion that Dave Filoni is a hack, that half of his ideas comes from his Wiccan wife, and that witches and magic had no business being in Star Wars to begin with. Never mind the fact that it wasn't even an original idea that he got from his wife, because the Night Sisters in Clone Wars or Rebels or whichever series he introduced them in, they're just a ripoff of the Bene Gesserit from Dune. Which even they don't fit the classical definition of a witch. You don't see them conjuring things. It just sucked. It sucked. It was not a good show. It had a couple of cool moments. Basically, the only moments on that show worth watching were the ones that Anakin was in. And I'm a guy that's a huge fan of Rosario Dawson. I love Rosario Dawson. I love her to death. I first encountered her in Clerks 2, and I loved her in Clerks 2. Loved her to death in Clerks 2. And she did a fine job in the role that she was given. She just wasn't given that much. It was very disappointing. Do you have a favorite Castlevania game? Symphony of the Night. Have you ever watched the Purge franchise? I watched the first one, thought it was stupid, never watched any of the other ones. Did you find the Callisto Protocol a worthy successor to Dead Space? Still haven't played it. Got the collector's edition, still haven't played it. Well, 8th got the collector's edition. I bought it for him for Christmas last year. Do you own a copy of Futurama on PS2? No. It's a shame that content like this doesn't get thousands of views, but a guy farting in Walmart can. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know, I'm not a video game streamer. Those are the ones that make all the money on the internet. I don't sit and play video games on stream because if I try to do that, you guys don't show up to watch. I guess, you know, you just can't be without this handsome face. And you want my 100% undivided attention instead of me having to split my attention between a game I'm playing and the chat. You know? My stream, unlike a lot of streams out there, is 100% interaction. There's not many of them out there that are like that. I'm one of the few. And because of that, I don't draw in many new people. It's mostly people that have been watching me for years and actually care about what I have to say about something. That's really why this stream is so small. I've got 30 people watching. That's actually high for me. Seventh, have you played Cocoon? No. Not big on that kind of game. It's not my thing. Are you getting Spider-Man 2 day one? Yes, it is pre-ordered. Technically, it's pre-ordered twice. I pre-ordered a physical copy, and 8th pre-ordered the collector's edition that comes with a digital copy because he wanted that statue. Will you be playing Spider-Man 2 day one? I guess. I don't know. Depends on how busy it is. What happened to 7th Halloween? Nobody watched it. Go look at the views on it. Nobody cared. 7th, do you miss the old medieval conservative Christian feel of the old Zelda games? I gotta tell you, Ultra Steel, when I played the old Zelda games, Christ was not something that I really derived from them very much. I gotta say. The new ones feel too sci-fi-ish, less magic involved. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really play the new stuff on Nintendo because I don't like the Switch because it doesn't have trophies or an achievement system. Okay, my pasta's done. I'm going to eat pasta. Okay, bye. Would you like the Resistance and Killzone franchises to be revived in possible remakes? I don't know. I don't know. You know, I don't know how well they do nowadays. I'm here for the next 10 minutes. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. What about Tekken 8? Haven't played it either. I haven't been buying. Remember, up until 3 weeks ago, I was saving for Retropalooza. And so I spent my what I'd saved up at Retropalooza, which wasn't much. I did the best I could, and for those of you who donated, thank you. And I know I still haven't posted that footage because I had intended to do it Monday, but then I got, told you're going to be helping with this big project, and so I didn't have the time to do it. All the footage to it is still sitting on my phone. I just got to put it together. But tomorrow I'm putting together the next episode of Trey for Life. And when I do post the Retropalooza video, it's not going to get crap for views because it was 3 weeks ago and no one's looking for Retropalooza videos now. The only thing that sets my Retropalooza video apart from anyone else's is 1, it's me, and 2, I'm trolling Boogie in it. That's it. How come they won't make a good first-person shooter with a good single-player campaign? Well, look at that first-person Magic shooter that came out last month. It got some decent reviews, and nobody's talking about it now. It just went... disappeared. It'll be on GameFly in a couple of weeks for $34.95. It is what it is. Has 8th played Red Matter on PSVR 2? I have no idea. I used to game a lot, but I got into golden showers. I don't need to know that, Beaver Boys. Worst fast food chain. Now or of all time? Because if you're asking now, it's the Burger King down the street from me. That's the worst place. Half their stuff is broken all the time. Sometimes they don't bother to open at all. You'll drive up to the Burger King, nobody showed up for work. It's ridiculous. And I don't know if that's happening at other Burger Kings. And when they are open, the Whopper doesn't taste like the Whopper anymore. I don't know, man. To me, from my perspective, Burger King be going downhill. I never cared for Captain D's. I never cared for Long John Silver's. And I really don't like Little Caesars that much. I'm also not a big fan of Jack in the Box. Their burgers are all right, but when you have a menu that diverse, that you're having to stock all that stuff, the quality's got to go somewhere. And so you end up with a menu of decent burgers and like barely passable everything else. And you know, if I had to choose, I would kick Jack in the Box out of Texas and bring Crystal back. I couldn't even tell you the last time I ate at a Jack in the Box. I think it was in North Carolina. Worst restaurant chain. Nowadays, Applebee's, because they Californianize the menu too much. Tried to make it fancy. It's not fun to eat there anymore. I'd rather go to Ruby Tuesdays than Applebee's at this point. Or Chili's. I think Ruby Tuesdays went out of business, but I'd definitely go to Chili's before I'd go to Applebee's at this point. I don't understand why Nintendo doesn't have an achievement system. You think they, of all companies, would see the advantage of it. I don't know, but it's dumb. I mean, they had a half-assed one on the Wii U that was called the accomplishment system, but it was not universal across all games. It didn't add to an overall score. It's like each individual game had its own achievement accomplishment screen, and it was really, really buried within the operating system of the Wii U. You had to dig to get to it. It wasn't just one click away. It was a pain in the ass to get to it. Will Tecmo Koei make a new Fatal Frame as a comeback? I don't know, man. I don't really see that many people talk about that one. Would it be smart for Sony to pay Square Enix to make a new Legend of Dragoon reboot or remake? I would buy it. I've been asking for it for years. Is that FPS magic shooter that bad? I actually want to play it. I understand that it had some performance issues, but it's my understanding that it was fun. You know, I will eventually get it. Right now I'm saving for 8th Christmas. The worst place I've ever eaten at was with my parents. It was a place called China Buffet. The meat tasted dead and horrible, and even the desserts tasted like they'd been sitting in the sun too long. Well, you know, that's a buffet for you. That's a buffet. And certainly don't ever go to a Chinese buffet. Go to a Chinese restaurant where it's cooked to order. Chili's is way better than Applebee's. Yes, it is. They have good steaks. Yes, they do. But if I'm going to eat a steak, I'll go to Longhorn or one of these local Texas steakhouses around here. At Chili's, I get their sliders. I love their sliders. Are crystals the same thing as White Castle? Well, they're shaped the same as White Castles, or as White Castle burgers. They look exactly like a White Castle burger. They don't taste the same because the condiments are different. On a Crystal burger, you get chopped up onions, a pickle, and some mustard. That's what's on a Crystal. The only White Castle I've ever had are the ones you can get for the microwave from Walmart, and they're not very good. They have microwavable Crystals too, and they taste exactly the same as the White Castle ones. It's literally the same burgers. They just put it in a different box. One thing I like about Crystal is they have a pretty diverse menu. You can get crystals. You can get cheese crystals. You can get Crystal Chicks, which are tiny little chicken sliders. You can get Crystal Pups, which are tiny little hot dogs. You can get Crystal Chili. They have a lot of stuff on the menu. And but I always end up getting the same thing when I go there. I get a sack full of crystals, a large fry, and 2 Crystal Chicks. I don't really like the pups that much. There's a movie about sponsoring White Castle. I've seen Harold and Kumar Goes to White Castle. I've seen all the Harold and Kumar movies. Not a big fan, though. 7th, I know you used to watch Nickelodeon. Was SpongeBob the best or worst thing to happen to Nick? It was a great show, but it hogged up the daily schedule. I watched Nickelodeon way before you guys watched Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon was a totally different thing when I watched it, okay? When I watched Nickelodeon, you had things like You Can't Do That on Television and The Third Eye and The Tomorrow People and stuff like that. You didn't have, Nicktoons and all that stuff. I mean, there were cartoons on it. You had like Super Ted, Banana Man, Count Duckula, Danger Mouse. You had cartoons like that. Simon and the Land of Chalk Drawings in the early morning for the little kids. That was it. And the rest of it was live action stuff like You Can't Do That on Television. That was the main thing that I watched on Nickelodeon when I was a kid, was You Can't Do That on Television. Came on twice a night. Came on like right around when I got home from school around 4 o'clock, and then it came on again at 7 o'clock. Crimson Sea 2 for PS2. Thoughts? It's a fun sci-fi Muso style game. It's made by the people that did Dynasty Warriors, but you've got, laser blasters and lightsabers. It's fun stuff. The original was on OG Xbox, and for some reason the sequel was a PS2 exclusive. I don't know why. Eventually I'll have the first one on Xbox, but not right now. How would you rank the Saw movies? I haven't seen Saw yet. I don't really care about any of them outside of the first one, to be honest with you. And I really don't like them once you get to the point where Jigsaw is dead. Bye, Master Chief. Why do you think The Purge was stupid? Because it's a stupid movie. Would never work. The whole concept is flawed. It would never work. It's like an episode of Star Trek. Kirk and you could maybe make the suspension of disbelief last for a single episode of a show, but stretching it out to an entire movie series, come on, the Enterprise encounters a planet that seems relatively normal, and they get down there, and then all of a sudden everybody goes crazy, and it turns out they have one night a year where everyone's allowed to go crazy. Doesn't that sound like a Star Trek plot? In fact, I think there is an episode that was very similar to that. What's 8th up to? I don't know. He was in here a minute ago. Oh, shoot. I wasn't paying attention. Hold on a minute. Two hours left, folks. 2 hours left. And we have had $1.87 donation. Thank you for the $1.87. Appreciate you. Let's see, the first Purge movie I liked, the second I thought was garbage. Haven't watched a Purge movie since. Okay. Like I said, I don't like them either. I've heard of Simon and the Land of Chalk drawings. I think Chalk Zone is the spiritual successor to that. I don't even know what Chalk Zone is. I just remember, well, I know my name is Simon, and I like to do cartoons. It's not, and then of course I like to draw cartoons, and then Saturday Night Live did a rip-off of that, and it was this kid named Simon who sat in his bathtub, and it was played by Mike Myers, and he was like, well, my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings. And he'd say, hello, my name is Simon, I like to do drawings. I don't know if any of y'all remember that or not. The best thing to come out of the Purge movies was that neon light mask with the X eyes and the stitched mouth. You see that mask every Halloween now, yeah. I have one similar. I mean, when you take all the lights off of it, it's just a Guy Fawkes mask that's been painted black. But I have one sitting around here somewhere. I think it's in the closet. Oh, my neck! Ow! Oh, what else have I watched lately? Nothing really, because I haven't been buying or renting movies online. So, there's some stuff that I still haven't seen. I haven't seen The Equalizer 3. I haven't seen the second Spider-Verse movie. There's still some stuff I want to watch that I haven't had an opportunity to watch yet. And no, I did not go see the new Exorcist movie. I could not care less. Nothing's going to top the first one, and nothing's going to top the third one either. The third one is fantastic. I love the third one. The third one's my favorite. I haven't heard your thoughts on Jim Ryan retiring. Well, that's because you weren't here last week, Nicholas. I discussed that last week. Did you like the Twisted Metal TV show? Didn't watch it because I don't have the channel that it's on. Isn't it on Peacock or something? I don't have Peacock. Chalk Zone started as a oh yeah cartoon short. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Other than you, what YouTubers do you recommend? Well, I like the Game Chasers, of course. And I like My Retro Life by Tyler Esposito. I like that channel. And there's a horror channel that I like. What is the name of that channel? He does like spooky documentaries and stuff. What? Give me a second. What was the name of that guy? Let me look. Let me find him. Hold on just a second. I'll find him eventually. No. I like. I sometimes I watch It's a Gundam. I think sometimes he gets into the whole anti-SJW thing a little bit too thick, but I do find him funny. What? I know I'm subbed to this guy. Does it start with a letter N? Nexpo? Nexpo. I like the Nexpo channel. It's like spooky documentaries. That's I like that channel a lot. Every time Nexpo puts out a new video, I'm right there. And sometimes he's covering weird things he's found on the internet. Sometimes he's covering a single spooky event. Sometimes it's about an altered reality game, or one of the, like, what's the name of it? The horror series that they have on YouTube where it's all made to look like it was an old TV station or an old VHS tape. He covers the plots of those and does a whole retrospective on them. I really like that channel, Nexpo. I watch it a lot. To be honest with you, I don't watch a whole lot of gaming channels because so much of it has become the same old crap. There's very few people that, like 9 times out of 10, if I want to know whether a game is good or not these days, I'll wait for Skill Up to do his review. Because, I pretty much trust Skill Up to have an accurate opinion of a game. He and I usually agree on stuff. What horror IP would work well with PSVR? Paranormal Activity, but a better one, because the one they put out sucked. Give it to a good studio. I don't pirate video, Kona, because 8th did that once, and we almost lost our internet access over it. And he was running through a VPN, and he still got caught by our own internet service provider. So we don't bother with pirating. No, I don't play any mobile games. Aside from, ROMs that I play on my Retroid Pocket 3 Plus. Is it true that some people fainted when they went to see Exorcist in the theaters? Yes. J-Ram. Thanks. You're welcome. Hi, Ultra Steel. Oh, I'm 2 episodes into Trey for Life. What inspired you to create this miniseries? Actually, the channel I just mentioned, My Retro Life by Tyler Exposito. He's a guy who, his father, when he was little, was a game collector, but he was also like he worked in movies. And so he filmed everything with his camcorder. And so from the time Tyler was like 3 all the way up to the point where he was an adult, his dad was making videos of them going and hunting games and collecting games. And so he has, dozens and dozens and dozens of videotapes full of footage of him and his dad doing that. And he uses that footage to create episodes about different games they went looking for and whatnot. And it's really fun. And I thought, you know what? It's been 14 years. If I could find enough videos, I think it would be fun for someone to do a documentary about the stuff that happened with the Trey Brotherhood. And I thought, well, it might as well be me. And so I started hunting videos and archives to dig some of this stuff up. CZ's World. I'm not sure if I've watched that one. Have you ever played Phasmophobia, and what do you think of it? No, I haven't played that one. Sorry, Zach. What VPN was he using? I don't know. What's your top tier beat 'em up franchise? Streets of Rage. What would you give the new PlayStation Plus movie service out of 7? Not much, because there's not enough. When you sign up for Amazon Prime, right? There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of movies that you get access to right off the bat, included in the price. And they rotate in and out. This new PlayStation service has 100, and about half of them suck. I'm just saying. They need more free stuff on there. Because I tell you right now, there's no way I'm purchasing movies on PlayStation. I'm not doing it. I had movies that I'd purchased on the old PlayStation service. Are those movies on this new one that I purchased? No. Those are gone. I own them digitally on Amazon now. My Amazon digital library is like 600 movies big. Little late for me to switch over to Sony for that. So if they want me to use it, they need to increase the free stuff that's on there. Who is your favorite Belmont in Castlevania lore, the original? Simon. Oh yeah, I've had that happen before. The IP rights holder monitors the IPs of people who download it and harass. Exactly. But this was not for a new release though. This was something old that 8th downloaded and still got hit. Hey 7th, who do you think Fat Gamer hates more, Hard 8 or Black Bond? I don't know if he even can tell the difference at this point, to be honest with you. If Nintendo made a new VR, would Punch-Out work well conceptually? Possibly. J-Ram. Also, I'm loving Trey for Life so far. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Are you worried after Spider-Man and Wolverine released that Sony will be more sparse with single-player big-budget games? Well, I certainly hope not. You know, this has happened before. Those of us who lived through the PS3 era, we went from like new releases coming out every week on PS2, and then we get to PS3, and there's a dry spell that runs from launch week all the way to February of 2009. And suddenly, February of 2009 hits, and every time you blink, there's a new PlayStation game coming out. And PS3 just started dominating. So it took them 2.5 years to get to that point. Well, we're now almost 3 years into the PS5 lifespan, and we haven't gotten that much. And we're probably not going to get that much next year because they've put so much focus on live service stuff that no one really wants. So, I don't know what the outcome's going to be this generation because of the fact that Jim Ryan wanted the live service money. But he's, out as of next March. So we already know that one of their first-party live service games has gotten the boot, which is The Last of Us. Honestly, the best live service thing that they've done in the last several years was the multiplayer mode for Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima Legends. If they wanted to do that and do that kind of thing, they should copy that instead of trying to copy Destiny. I'm just saying. People loved Ghost of Tsushima Legends. 8th really liked it. Him and his friends played it a lot. Thoughts on the Babadook? I didn't like it. I didn't think it was scary. I thought it was boring, and the little kid was annoying as hell. 7th, what's the temperature over there in Texas right now? Around noon today, it was like 67, 68 degrees, something like that. Wasn't too warm, wasn't too cold, and there was a nice gentle breeze blowing. Beautiful sunny day, not a cloud in the sky. Just blue as far as the eye could see. It was great. Loved it. Loved it. Exactly. I work from home too, Table. I work from home too, so I don't want to do anything that's going to risk my internet connection. Because I lose my internet connection, I can't work. They'd end up having to find me an office somewhere at one of their offices around here, and I don't want that because they don't have any room for me. So I'd end up in a closet with a laptop. From Rain. Hello, 7th. I'm at work, but I'm liking the new Assassin's Creed Mirage so far. It's pretty to look at. Well, like I said earlier, Rain, if you liked the original, like, first two Assassin's Creed, you'll like this one. Because it plays just like them. Let's see here. Thoughts on PlayStation Portal? I know 8th wants one. I have zero interest in it. And the only reason that 8th wants one is if he doesn't want to be in his room and he wants to come out and hang out in the game room with me, but I'm watching something that he's not interested in, he can turn on the Portal and play video games while I'm watching a movie or whatever. That's why he wants it. That's the only reason he wants it. "68 degrees is actually perfect, 7th. Would be interesting if you could do the 7th cast in the outdoors." Yeah, I don't get out in the sun incredibly much, in case you hadn't noticed. 3-day holiday weekend starting tomorrow. Not here. Not for us. I know Monday is a holiday in Canada. 7th, do you like jerky? Not especially. Every now and again I might get a hankering for a Slim Jim, but that's pretty much it. Which barely counts as jerky, really. 7th, have you tried the new Toxic Crusader game demo? No, I have not. No, I have not. From Rain, yes, exactly. I love the first few Assassin's Creed. Yeah, starting with Black Flag, they just really started bloating them out and making them too big. In my opinion. Columbus or America? Well, I don't get Columbus Day off. I don't know what the Canadian holiday is, but my Canadian co-workers, they get Monday off. I don't get Monday off. So Canada has a bunch of additional holidays that we don't have down here, and I don't even know what it's called. I just know that they have the day off. Did you watch the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix show? Yes. How do you think a Jeffrey Dahmer game would do? Not well, because it'd be in really bad taste. Does 8th have no interest in a Steam Deck? No, 8th wants a Steam Deck. He wants a Steam Deck, but for different reasons than why he wants the Portal. Are you making a 7th Halloween video this year? No, because nobody watched the one I made last year. It got like 200 views. Why bother? It's Thanksgiving in Canada. Ah, okay. Columbus Day, you get it off if you're a government worker. I'm not a government worker. I mean, we work with the government a lot, but we're not a government-owned company. I'm a Canadian. Okay. I've never been to Canada. Every time I have a Slim Jim, it takes me back to those old Macho Man Randy Savage Slim Jim commercials. Yeah, I remember those. They used to be everywhere. You saw them constantly. But yeah, I've never been to Canada. I've never been farther north than Louisville, Kentucky. I lived near the Dama area where he picked up his victims. Wow. Good to know. Exactly. A Jeffrey Dahmer game would be disrespectful to the victims. You'd be getting entertainment out of real-life deaths. Bad taste, man. Bad taste. I was one of the 200 that watched it. To be honest, I've been watching all your old videos. I love that intro. Thank you. Yeah, 7th Halloween never took off with anybody. It just didn't do well. In fact, I got accused of trying to rip off Cinemassacre's Halloween stuff. And so nobody's watching it. They think I'm ripping off James. Screw it. I ain't doing it no more. Have you seen the British movie called Four Lions? I don't know. What's it about? I actually thought you knew I was Canadian. No, I had no idea. Maybe you should send me another one of those 100 Canadian dollar donations, Chris, to remind... I'm kidding. It was a joke. I'm allowed to do that. You should live stream Spidey too. Nobody'd watch it. Every time I live stream something, you guys disappear. Like 12 of you will show up. That's it. I mean, look, we're almost up to 40 at this point. 36 viewers. That's big for me nowadays. You know, back in 2015, I could do the 7thCast. There'd be over 100 people in here. Not anymore. I swear people claim everything rips off AVGN. That's true. That's true. Living legend, I've never been to Canada. So unless that question was directed at Chris G. I grew up in Tennessee. I've lived in Tennessee, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Texas. I've been around, man. I've been around, see? The long haul. Indeed. I'm broke. You wouldn't believe it. I'm broke too. I have like $120 in the bank right now. Retropalooza wiped me out and I haven't recovered from it yet. And I'm going to be light all the way up to December 25th, man. Because every free bit of fun money I've got between now and then is going towards 8th Christmas, with the exception of he wants to go see Aquaman 2. So at some point I got to take him to see Aquaman 2. Other than that, everything is going towards 8th Christmas between now and then. So won't be buying any games for myself for a while. Unless there's some fantastic Black Friday deal and I can get something for me in a like a buy two get one free kind of thing, you know. I still think it's stupid Nintendo wants you to use your phone on an app to do voice chat. I think it's simply because the hardware is too weak to handle it all. I would donate, but 39% of my income goes to taxes in Canada. Well, you know, I mean, down here, I don't pay quite that much in income tax, but when you throw in sales tax, property tax, all the other taxes we have to pay, and then when I get my bonus check in March every year, the government takes 37% of it. So I'll get, congratulations, this year you're getting a check for $8,800. And then I actually get the check and it's like 60 something, $6,200 or something like that. Sucks. Is AVGN the Simpsons of YouTubers? Kinda, yeah. His stuff's not as good as the old stuff. Yes, General MLD is Canadian. I couldn't tell you where in Canada he lives, but he is Canadian. Alberta is Canadian, Texas. Gotta go back to work. Good night. Bye-bye, Rain. Thanks for stopping in. Thoughts on Halloween 3? Seems to be getting a lot of respect these days. To me, the only thing that's memorable about it is the song. 4 more days to Halloween, Silver Shamrock. That's the only thing to me that's memorable about it. I'm not a fan. I think it's more funny than anything else. I look forward to the Contra remake. It did look interesting. I'll give it a try. Maybe even try for a physical copy if there's going to be one. Again, that's why I'm not playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. Well, that and the fact that I spent all my money at Retropalooza. If you ain't putting out a physical, I sure as hell am not spending $70 on a digital version. Au contraire. Not going to happen. You know, if it shows up on PlayStation Plus Premium, I'll download it and play it. But until you get a physical copy in the States, no. You're not getting my money. And I'm not importing the PlayAsia version. It doesn't even make sense that it's getting a physical copy in Japan. I don't get it. I don't get why there's no physical release for that in the States. I mean, for God's sakes, Pillars of Eternity got a physical release here in the States on PlayStation. Why not Baldur's Gate 3? I don't get it. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 got a physical release here in the States. Why not Baldur's Gate 3? Pisses me off. Everything that I predicted is coming true, and it sucks. This is one instance where I really hate the fact that I'm right. It upsets me. I wanted to be proven wrong, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Oh well. Oh well. Is taxation theft? That's a political question, Black Metal Gamer. We don't do politics on this stream. 7th, do you think as of now Pokemon has surpassed Star Wars as a franchise in terms of popularity? Probably, because people aren't really liking Star Wars right now. The best Halloween is the one Rob Zombie made. I disagree, Juggernauts. Michael Myers is a character that never should have had an origin story. That's what made him scary. There was no explanation for why he was the way he was. He just was. Which meant that any of you out there could, impregnate a woman and have her poop out a baby and it end up being the devil. That was the point. But Rob Zombie ruined that by giving Michael Myers a backstory. Stupid idea. Baldur's Gate 3 would take us working people an eon to beat. I don't care. I still want to try it. Catch you later. Peace out. Later, Nicholas. PlayAsia is a cool story. Yeah, but I just don't... I know it's going to be in English, but I still don't want... And I know the PS5 is region free. I still want a US version. Sue me. 7th, have you ever backed a game on Kickstarter? No, the only thing I've ever backed on Kickstarter was the Game Chasers movie and when they've done a Blu-ray release. No, I do not. No, I do think game prices take the piss. I agree. We all thought that it would come down when discs became obsolete. You would think so. You would think they'd pass that savings on to us, but no. Oh no, we're still paying full retail for a digital download. And eventually it won't even be a download. It'll just be streaming. Nope. Nope. Since the new iPhone is out, when do you consider a good time to upgrade your phone? Well, I got a new model Android a year ago, so I'm not looking to get a new one anytime soon. I usually keep the same phone for 4 or 5 years. $10 from Rainstorm on her way out. Thanks, Rain. Appreciate you. Thank you, dear. Appreciate. Yeah, I have not been impressed with Rob Zombie overall as a filmmaker. I liked House of a Thousand Corpses. Didn't really like the 2 sequels to it because it took out all the horror of it and just turned it into, 70s exploitation films. I liked the first one. Even though it was a ripoff of Texas Chainsaw, I liked the first one. House of a Thousand Corpses. That, to date, is the only Rob Zombie movie I like. Are the graphics good in Mirage from what you've seen? Yeah, they're good graphics. I don't remember the technical term, but they are using that effect where, things on the far right of the screen tend to have like a bluish sheen outline to them. And 8th doesn't really like that effect and doesn't like that the console version doesn't give you the option to turn that off. But other than that, it's silky smooth 60 frames per second. And I mean, it looks like your typical modern Ubisoft game. So if you like Ubisoft graphics, you'll like it. A 7th, does Alpha Omega Sin's game collection impress? I haven't seen it in a while. He doesn't make videos as often. And he doesn't come out to the cons anymore. He hasn't been to Retropalooza in years. He just kind of decided to focus on real life stuff and left YouTube behind for the most part. He'll make a new video very rarely, every now and then, but nowhere near as much as he used to. And I mean, he's a great guy. Everybody likes him. Everyone has fun hanging out with him, but he doesn't come down anymore. He used to be at every Retropalooza, not anymore. What is the best 2-step verification app to use overall? I use the one that my company uses, which, I'm not going to say which one that is, but that's the one I use. I liked Captain Spaulding scene. Yeah, Captain Spaulding was my favorite. I love Captain Spaulding. You'd think by now I'd have a Captain Spaulding action figure, but I don't. Would like to have one, but I just don't have one. 7th, would you digitize your entire game library if you could? No. I would not. I thought I'd made myself pretty clear on my feelings towards digital gaming. Digital movies I've come to accept, but digital gaming, different story. What do you think happened to him? I think he just, I know he went back to school, or I was told he went back to school, so I guess he decided he wanted to improve his life and focus on that. Do you watch Razor Fist? Every now and again I watch Razor Fist. He blocked me on Twitter years ago because I trolled him over Final Fantasy 13, I think, or 15. 13 or 15, one or the other. I can't remember which. And he blocked me on Twitter. Yeah, he doesn't like to be trolled. Old Razor Fist. I know you're going to make me wait till the next vid on the console wars, but just tell me, is Truth okay? Truth setting you free? Yeah, he's fine. He just doesn't really play video games anymore. The only time he ever logs into PlayStation is to play FIFA and stuff like that. It's no longer a major part of his life. I talked to him a few weeks ago. he agreed to do an interview, and then I haven't heard from him since, so he might have thought better of it. He might have actually come and watched an episode of Trade for Life and decided, nope, I don't want no part of this. I don't know. I'll have to see if he'll still answer me. Who is your favorite horror movie icon? Do you mean like a character or an actor? If it's character, probably Freddy Krueger. If it's an actor, Vincent Price. Yeah, I don't really know why Razor Fist blocked me. I mean, the trolling that I was doing wasn't really that significant. It was pretty minor stuff, you know. So I don't really know why he did that. Oh, well. Don't know that he and I would get along too well anyway, because, you know, I'm not a righty and I'm not a lefty. I'm an American, so. Table JFK donated $18. Thank you, Table JFK. Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. That'll go towards Christmas presents for 8th. So you'll know that when 8th gets his new AMD top-of-the-line graphics card that he's asked for Christmas, that $18 of it came from you, Table. Thank you so much. What is the best two-step verification for just regular people like us? I don't know because I don't use them. I use what my company provides. Worst, I haven't really looked into that market, nickname Nick. That's fun to say, nickname Nick. Worst handheld console, Gamecom. Don't even have to think about it, Gamecom. Virtual Boy don't count because it's not really portable, and it's not handheld either. I don't know how I did it, but I ripped open this little flap of skin where my earlobe attaches to the side of my head. And so I've got like this cut right along here. And imagine it like being a paper cut, but it's down this way. It's annoying the crap out of me right now. That's why I keep doing this and playing with it. Seventh, if you had to... Bill Bones. I'm rich. Yeah. Seventh, if you had to choose 3 games from the PS2 era to be remade for the PS5, what games would they be? From the PS2 era? I'd have to think about that one for a while. For one thing, I'd like Crimson Sea to come back. I wouldn't mind a reboot of Summoner either. So you asked for 3, there's 2. You know what? I'll give you one more. Rogue Galaxy. I'd like Level 5 to bring back the Rogue Galaxy series and reboot it or put out a sequel. What would you rather be locked in a cell with? Tiger Zone, Gamecom, or Virtual Boy? I think at that point I'd ask for the chair, because all of those suck. 7th, did you like Transformers Fall of Cybertron? Yes, I liked both of those. The one that they put out on PS4, it's rare, costs a lot of money now, not very good. Wasn't made by the same team. It's kind of ironic to me that Razor Fist blocked you over some slight trolling, but I swear he's the kind of guy to call people snowflakes and stuff. Yeah, I know. I don't know, man. Maybe he misconstrued something that I'd said. I don't know. It was a long, long time ago. I don't know. The 7900 isn't really a big leap. He should get a 6950 for now and wait till the next. Well, he's going from a 79. He's going from a 3080 to the 7900. That's the jump that he's making. What is the best bank to use for money in the world? Just grown-up questions. I have no family. No joke, just saying. I enjoy your podcast, 7th, because you're a smart man. Thank you. Really, that's a matter of personal choice. I mean, I have a lot of friends that use Bank of America. I'm not going to tell you who I use. Sometimes, depending on the industry you're in, it's better to go with like a credit union. Like when I was in Florida, I was part of the telco credit union because I worked for AT&T, and I got a lot of really good deals in regards to banking and whatnot. The downside to that is if you have to go out of state, and back then debit cards weren't as big a thing as they are now, so you were writing a lot of checks, and if you had to do some business at a local branch while you were away, you were kind of SOL. But other than that, sometimes, depending on the industry you work in, a local credit union is the way to go. It all just depends. You have to do your research. You have to compare rates. You have to look at the history of the bank. Are they on stable footing? Make sure that they're not, not engaging in some risky stuff that could get them in trouble. That kind of thing. What do you think of my specs on my gaming laptop? It's an AMD 6900 with 8 cores, 16 threads, AMD Radeon 6700. That's a pretty nice laptop. I don't really have a need for a laptop. I used to have a laptop, but I don't really have a need for it now because I don't go anywhere. This is what it is. Have you checked out the Side Scrollers podcast? Don't believe I have. 7th, did Hard 8 block you? Hard 8 always blocks me. Whenever he has to create a new account on Twitter, the very first thing he does is block my account. I don't know why. I mean, all I ever did to him was make some, prison jokes. .3080 is still a decent card. Yeah, it's decent, but he's starting to run into a lot of games that won't perform the way he wants them to. 7th, do you consider video games art? Some are, some aren't. Some of them are interactive art, and some of them are just poo-poo. I'd like to see a Killzone reboot. Okay. Final Fantasy X remake and a remaster of Radiata Stories. Radiata Stories is a good game. I still have mine for PS2. It's on my shelf right now. I like that one. I beat that one. It was a good. That's his biggest issue, QB, is he has a lot of games that he feels ought to be running over 100 frames per second, and he's struggling to get 60 on them. One example was Starfield. And Starfield looks ancient as crap. Runs ancient as crap, too. What type of hood-paying job that you know of to get invested into when you become smart enough? Hood-paying? I think you just meant good-paying job. Honestly, man, a lot of it just has to go by what your personal gifts are, what you're good at, and what you like to do. You hear people say, do something that you love for a living, you'll never work a day in your life. It's true, but it's not something feasible for everybody. I like to play video games. I'm not going to get paid to play video games. And I don't know how to create video games. But what I am good at is IT work. And so that's the career that I have. Do I have a passion for it? Do I love doing it? No. My enjoyment of work gets from being able to help and being useful and the respect that I earn at the company that I work for and the friends that I make at my place of business. I derive my enjoyment from that, not because I just, love troubleshooting systems and stuff. I don't. I don't have a passion for it. I'm just good at it. So that's first you have to sit down and think, what do I love to do more than anything? And then do some research and find out if there's a way to make a livable wage from it. If there is, find out what education you need to be able to do that and go get that education. If there's not a feasible way to make a livable wage off of it, then just find out what you're good at as opposed to what you love and chase after that. They should remaster Mad Max. They should put out a PS5 version of Mad Max. That was a good game. I hate the fact that we're not going to get a sequel to it, even though it's my understanding it sold pretty well. What was your favorite PSP and Vita first-party game? I don't really remember for PSP. Not really. For Vita, first party, probably would have been Uncharted Golden Abyss. I think they went overboard with the collectibles on that one by an incredible degree, but it was still fun. Ever been on a gaming, I think you meant a hiatus, Master Millions. Hiatus, hiatus. I think that's what you meant. Yes, I've had periods where I've gone months without touching a video game because I just don't feel like playing one. I've got too much going on in my real life. It happens. It happens. And then I'll go through a period where I'm not watching movies, I'm not watching TV shows. It's like the minute I get off work, I'm grabbing a controller. I just cycle back and forth. Did you play Resistance Burning Skies? Yes, it sucked, but I platted it. Did you play Killzone? Yes, it's great, but I didn't plat it. If you had to pick 3 dormant PS3 exclusives to get a sequel, what would you... we've kind of already answered that kind of sort of several times over the last few years. I would definitely revive the Infamous series, but an actual Infamous 3 instead of continuing the Second Son storyline. I'd bring back Resistance. And even though it wasn't a first-party exclusive, I would like a 3D Dot Game Heroes 2. Baseball Furies. I never worked. No one would give me a real job because I got a record. I was locked up at 17 to 25. I'm 26 now. Yes, Rain. The donation went through. Thank you, Rain. Appreciate you. Thanks for the $10. Well, no offense to you, pal. You do the crime, you do the time, and sometimes that will create a lack of trust. And you've got to go to whatever kind of work that people are willing to instill that trust in you. And sometimes it might be something that you don't want to do, but if you can build up a reliable work history, then you're going to have to be doing some stuff you don't necessarily enjoy doing for a while to build up your resume and prove that, yeah, he has a past, but he's trustworthy. You're going to have to bite the bullet, son. You're not going to get your dream job after getting out of the pen. It's not going to happen. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just shooting you straight. Killzone Mercenary was a great game. Absolutely. No, they've not made a Dreamcast Mini. Sly Cooper would be a good one to come back, although Sly Cooper 4 kind of sucked. I was arrested for a gun charge, then got another charge while I was locked up for fighting. Well, man, everybody makes mistakes, but sometimes you have to prove that you can be trusted. And if that means digging ditches or, working at Target or, well, I mean, I wouldn't imagine, I don't really see Target or, retail places having a major problem with it when it wasn't theft that you were involved in, But maybe I'm wrong on that. I've never been arrested for anything. Raised by a cop. But, there, I would, when you got out of the pen, they should have gotten you in touch with some kind of a employment agency that specializes in folks like you. You should have been at least offered something in maybe construction contracting. I mean, sure, it's backbreaking work. It's probably not what you're wanting, but it's a job. And as long as you stuck with it and stayed with it to where your resume showed he worked here for so long and nothing happened. That's what you want. That's what you want. You got to build your reputation back up so that people will look at what's on your record and say, well, he does have a past, but look at all these places he's worked at since then and had no problems. That's what you want. Seventh, are you going to try the new Twisted Metal? I haven't heard anything about a new Twisted Metal. Would you be willing to play the No More Heroes series? I have some of them. I'm not a fan. I have a physical of 3D Dot Game Heroes. So do I. I don't think it had a digital release, so it's only physical or emulation. That's correct. Never been re-released on anything else. I want to become the first guy to remaster all the games we loved as nostalgia for everybody, not just me. That would make me happy and everyone else, but don't know which career path that would be. That's not something that you're going to be able to do because that would mean that you would have to work for a company that had the rights to all those games at once, and no company out there exists that has the rights to all those games. I suppose I'm looking forward to Spider-Man. I liked Spider-Man 2, but I wasn't in love with it like everyone else was. I just wasn't. It's not that there's anything wrong with the game. I just wasn't really in love with it like everyone else was. Seventh, do you think some horror films that have people who have unlawful, spicy fun in the bedroom getting deleted is usually a subtext for condemning fornication? Yeah, because if you notice, it's always the the stereotype used to be, at least in the 80s, that the looser girl of the group, she's one of the first ones to go. But, it wasn't always the case. Sure, Tina was the only one that you saw getting nasty in Nightmare on Elm Street, but Nancy was, dating Johnny Depp, and you do see Nancy, or at least a body double of Nancy, naked in the bathtub. So, I mean, she talks about getting it on with Glenn. Because remember, Glenn, not now, we're here for Tina. Which implies that they have been doing it. She just doesn't want to do it that night. So it doesn't apply with Nancy. At 7th, put the developers of Destruction All-Stars in charge of the next Twisted Metal so they put out the TV show first to bring back the hype while the game's in development. Well, I don't know. I haven't heard anything official about it being brought back. I mean, the last Twisted Metal didn't sell on PS3 didn't sell for crap. 7th, if you mind me asking, what's a good horror movie recommendation I could watch this season? Well, I've already talked about how I like the VHS series. I mean, really, Bill, it would depend on what you haven't already seen. There's no way for me to really make a recommendation when I don't know what you have and haven't seen. You know, I really like that indie movie, The Void, but for all I know, you've already seen it. See what I'm saying? I stopped watching modern films, too much politics. I'm looking for old classic movies. Any recommendations? Again, same thing. I don't know what you've already seen. You know, I could be throwing off, My Science Project, Better Off Dead, The Goonies, all this. I don't know what you've seen and what you haven't seen. And plus, it's all accounting of taste. One of my favorite movies of all time is Condor Man, and most people think it's a dumb movie. A lot of people don't even know it exists and have never heard of it. Do you think you'd dig around in Texas Chainsaw Massacre if it comes to PlayStation Plus? I know you're a big fan of the first. No. I don't like that style of video game. I've tried it. Don't like it. It's just not that style of... I mean, you know how big of a fan I am of Evil Dead. And I haven't played the Evil Dead video game because that's not what I would want from an Evil Dead video game. I don't like that style of play. It doesn't appeal to me. How do billionaires get that much money? Well, there's a number of different ways to do it. A lot of it has to do more with investing than their actual job. Like, look at Elon Musk. He didn't invent any of the stuff that he's known for. He bought companies. That's what he did. He invested in companies that already had a product. He didn't invent the Tesla. Yes, I've seen the platform. It was interesting, but not something I'd ever want to go back and watch again. Nickname Nick. I am very strong and I can physically fight and defend myself, and I'm very smart. Congratulations? I don't... Have you ever gone outside of the U.S.? No. I used to have a fan of my YouTube channel that lived in Jerusalem, and he invited me to come out there. And he said I could stay at his place, but I never did it. And I've lost contact with him years ago. The new Killer Clowns game is going to be that same style as... Yeah, and I have no interest for it. Hi, Beef Jerkings. How's it going? Have you ever played any VHS-style horror games? I want to say I played a VHS board game years and years ago, but I couldn't tell you which one it was. I think it had like a haunted house on the cover or something. What path would I go to do either football or basketball or fighting without having to go to college? Well, I mean, you could do fighting without college by joining a boxing club, finding a trainer, getting trained and going up that way. You don't have to be in college for that. But the other two, I couldn't tell you. I'm not a sports guy, man. Do I look like I play basketball? Didn't he start PayPal? Yes, he started PayPal. But even so, I think he was more on the financing side than like actually creating it. The point being, a lot of the stuff that he's known for is not stuff he actually invented, was the point I was getting at. Are you getting Alan Wake 2? No physical copy. No physical edition. Don't care. These trash online only horror games are just hide and go. Exactly. I don't care about any of them. Did 8th get the plat in the Dead Space remake? I think he played it on PC instead. So, what's your max dollar you would pay for a digital game? 19.95, maybe 29 if it was something I really wanted, like Diablo 4. That's as high as I'd go. 29.95. Man, we were up over 40 viewers at one point there. I almost got excited for a minute, and then it dropped back down to 38. 38's still good, though, for me. I scoop up games for 30 or less. Yeah, I will probably be spending a good chunk of money here in the next few weeks at GameFly, because that's where I buy my used games. I don't buy used games at GameStop, because when you get them used from GameFly, they are in like mint new condition. You go to GameStop, roll the dice. It might be in good condition, it might be a piece of crap. But with GameFly, it always looks brand new, it just isn't sealed. So if it's a game I want, but I don't want it bad enough to pay full retail, I'll sit for a few months, hop on the GameFly, boom, 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 boom. Buy them in bulk. I'll buy them 5 or 6 at a time. I've been trying to play a game called Kingdom Come, and it's super hard. Yeah, I never got into that game. I didn't like the mechanics of it. 7th, thoughts on that old Connectimals game with Uncanny Valley-looking tigers attempting to appear cute? Never got into it. It's a kid's game. What's the last sports game that you played and enjoyed? It wasn't Larry Bird versus Magic Johnson. It was Lakers versus Celtics in the NBA playoffs. But the last sports game that I remember enjoying, if you want to call it a sports game, was that WWE All-Star game that was on PS3. I really enjoyed it. As far as like legitimate sports game, probably not since the Dreamcast. Like NFL 2K2 or whatever. When I go to GameStop, I always ask them for another disc if it's scratched, and they usually help me out with no problem. For me, it's not just the disc, it's the case. Is the case in good condition? I've actually grabbed a case that was pristine, and they've told me that's their last copy, and I'll be okay. And I buy it from them, and I'm not paying attention, and I walk out of there with the bag, and they haven't given me that case. They've given me one of those generic GameStop cases with a GameStop wraparound. And I've had to storm back in there and say, what the F are you doing? I handed you the case, the original case. You said it was the only copy you had. That's the case I want. Don't dick me. And that's why I don't like buying used games at GameStop anymore. I'll buy from GameFly. Seventh, what's your favorite SNES games? Castlevania 4, Contra 3, Chrono Trigger, Turtles in Time. I think that's about enough. Breath of Fire. 7th, did 8th ever try out Connectimals? Not that I recall. I don't think I ever bought that one. Thoughts on Armored Core 6? I didn't play it. 8th is playing it and says he really enjoys it. Rain is back. I would like to see an Immortals Phoenix and Days Gone, but doubt that will ever... Oh, sequels. I don't know about Immortals. I have it, but I haven't actually played it. I would like a Days Gone sequel, though. I really enjoyed Days Gone. Once you get past that first 10 hours. That story is kind of slow for the first 10 hours. They needed to work on their pacing a little bit. Can you please explain how to start YouTube to give it a whirl? Because the truth is, I'm a people person really caring about people say. I'm not the guy to ask. I lucked into it. The main reason that my channel took off was because when I posted my first video, I sent links to it to Solid Rev and El Presador, and they featured me on their channels, and I got hundreds of subs overnight. And then within 3 weeks of being involved in the Trey Brotherhood, I was at over 1,000 subs. And by the time I was 6 months into the Trey Brotherhood, I was at 5,000 subs. I lucked into it. I wouldn't know how to tell you how to, build a channel from the ground up out of nothing. Because, I got a helping hand. I didn't do that. What's the better platform, PS1 or N64? PS1. Bigger library, better controller. Turtles in Time or Hyperstone Heist? I like them about the same, to be honest with you. For me, there's not that much difference between the two. Hey, 7th, I'm loving the Trey Brotherhood series. Please make a Season 2, please. I will consider it. I just got back into games, don't know what to play. Depends on the genre you like. The Immortal sequel they were going to do sounded cool. Polynesian setting inspired by Wind Waker. And we'll never know now. It didn't sell well enough. Would Resident Evil work as a beat-em-up? Black Metal Gamer, anything would work as a beat-em-up so long as the gameplay was on point. You could make a beat-em-up out of anything. You could make a beat-em-up out of the Care Bears, and millions of people would play it as long as the gameplay was good. I mean, think about it. There is a beat-em-up out there that's based on those old Italian Western comedies that had those two guys. I can't remember their names now. But they have beat-em-up games that are, I think the name of the series is Slaps and Beans. If they can make a beat 'em up out of that, they can make a beat 'em up out of anything. I haven't played Mortal Kombat 1 yet. The hardest thing when it comes to social media is finding and building a community. True. The only thing is the size of the community. I have an awesome community. You guys are great. There's just not that many of you. Small. Used to be this big. Now it's this big. I was right on the cusp of getting big. Yeah, I had 20,000 subs. My videos were getting 100,000, 200,000, 1.2 million views. And then, bam! Legs cut out from under me. Is what it is. But you guys stayed, and that's what's important. Did you like the Ninja Turtles game from last year? Yeah, it was fun. The Warriors was one of my favorite games. I know that game has a fan base. I didn't get into it, and I'll tell you why. Because I didn't like the movie. I hate that movie. I think it's dumb. That is a dumb movie. Warriors, come out to play. I hate that movie. Oh, God, I hate that movie. And I've given it a second chance. I've watched it like 4 times in my lifetime, and I've hated it every time. Didn't matter how old I was, what my age was. I still hated it. 7th, can you make a beat 'em up out of Imagine Dragons, Hannah Montana, Neil Druckmann, or any other thing you despise? As long as the gameplay's good. If the gameplay's good, the audience will be there. Look at some of the beat 'em ups that get made in the indie community. Stuff that you would never imagine seeing a beat 'em up of. And then it shows up. When's the next Retropalooza? I think it's in May. I think it's in May in Houston. Yes, The Last of Us 2 is getting a remaster. I don't know why. The PS4 version is already running at 60 frames per second on the PS5. I don't know what the point is, but they're doing it. So, to me, it's a waste. I mean, really, all it is they're putting it out. They're porting it to PC, and they figure if they re-release a PS5 version that's really not going to have much in the way of anything better than just running the PS4 version on PS5, that they'll make just a little bit of extra dough off of porting it to PC. That's what it is. Because Druckmann is so bad at what he does that, they used to have two teams that were working on separate projects, and now they haven't had a new release since 2020. 3 years. It's ridiculous. Before Druckmann came along, they had a new game every 2 years. And with two separate teams, if they had two teams working on two separate games, they could be like Insomniac and be cranking them out. But no! No! Let's give Druckmann the wheel. Ridiculous. Warriors of Virtue. That movie sucks. You could make a beat 'em up of it, but I wouldn't play it. Even if the gameplay was great, because I wouldn't play it out of spite, because I hated that movie. Movie could have been good, but for some reason they put like this stuttering frame rate on all the fight scenes. It's terrible. Are you a big fan of the Michael Jackson beat 'em up? Oh, the arcade game? Yeah, it's pretty good. Not sure I like the whole isometric camera angle, but it was fun. Same thing kind of happened to your boy Boogie. Well, what happened to Boogie was for different reasons than me. Not disparaging Boogie. He's a friend of mine, but, Boogie's was more his own fault than me. Mine was just the algorithm. A little bit of a different story. Nah, 7th, nobody playing a Hannah Montana beat 'em up. You'd be surprised. Do you know how many people asked me about platting Hannah Montana when that happened a decade ago? Do you know? Tell me. Yeah, I ain't naming any of y'all, but a lot of y'all hit me up in my DMs about that Hannah Montana. Don't pretend you didn't. I know who you are. Is Howard the Duck a classic? I think it's a film that is very indicative of the 80s. There's very few movies that you could watch that would be more of an example of what an 80s movie was than Howard the Duck. Is it a great film? No. But there are things about it that I really like. I loved the design of the monster, the Dark Overlord of the universe. I loved that. And I think some of the jokes are good, but for the most part, it's not a good film. It's one of those so bad you love it type movies. Bro, my friend sent me a trailer of a game called Crimson Desert, and it looks amazing. Haven't heard of it. I'll check the trailer out later. Crap! I totally forgot. I'm sorry. Y'all didn't remind me. One hour remaining. One. We have had a total of what? $30 donated this evening. Thank you so much, everyone who's donated so far. Nickname Nick. Work on a team to make my own game with my ideas. Just make the process quicker with a team, because imagine making a video game all on your own. You should ask Notch about that. What's up, Enemy TV? Been a while. Immortals Phoenix is great, but you gotta like solving puzzles. True. I've played it a little bit. I have it. I've played it a little bit. 8th played it, and I think he got burnt out on it. He said it was too much like an Ubisoft game, and he turned it off. And by that, he meant, there's too much game. Well, Bill, I was late making the announcement, so it's actually 42 minutes. But you know what I'm saying. It says $40 because it already had $10 on it when I started. I didn't reset the counter, Bill. Selfish desires because I have no other reason except for peace and happiness. Okay. Would you say that you've made enemies during your time on YouTube? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There are people out there that legit hate my guts. Next Gen 720 is one of them. Hard 8 is not overly fond of me either. Kid Smooth doesn't like me. It's probably the reason why I was never asked back on the weapon wheel. Of course, the one time I was on weapon wheel, Hard 8 was still part of it back then. I'm definitely down for a Mad Max 2. I would love a Mad Max 2 game. Ain't gonna happen, though. Oh, my neck just went crack, crackety, crack, crack, crack. What about Jack Move Johnny? Me and Jack are pretty much neutral. We're not friends, but we're not enemies either. This is what it is. Like me and Porter Rock get along, but I wouldn't say that we're friends because, we don't interact that much. I don't really know why that is. We just don't. I'll reply to him every now on Twitter. Sometimes I'll get a response. Most of the time I don't. We used to be on Titanfall Princess's podcast together. Me and Rock. We did disagree on a few things. Because he wasn't as up on his gaming history as I was. I corrected him a couple of times. Maybe that's why he don't interact with me much. I don't know. 7th, is it weird that I don't like to hang around my family's kids? Mainly because they act really wild and one of them is kind of a brat. Well, yeah, it's kind of weird to discipline somebody else's kids, man. That should be their parents and their parents alone. If you got a problem with something that a kid does, then go tell their parents, or otherwise don't be in the same spot as them and don't let them into your space. It's not that hard. If you could do a collab with one YouTuber, who would it be? I would go game chasing with the Game Chasers. I would drive up to Dallas, Fort Worth area, and go to the flea markets with them. That's what I would do. because I care more about hanging out with friends than I do collabing with a YouTuber. But I mean, I've already been in one episode of their show. I was in their movie. I'm helping out with their next movie. But I still would like to do an actual game chasing episode. Honestly, I think they don't ask me because they know I have back problems and they don't think I'd be able to handle all the walking. I honestly think that's what it is. Seventh, have you ever played Shadow Man? I've played Shadow Man and Shadow Man 2. I was not overly a fan of either one. I played the original on Dreamcast, didn't care for it because, again, it was a 3D game. Dreamcast only had one analog stick. 3D games with only one analog stick, with the exception of Mario 64 and Zelda, Ocarina of Time, suck. Donkey Kong 64, suck. Conker's Bad Fur Day, suck. Banjo-Kazooie 1 and 2 suck because they don't have twin analog sticks. That's why I prefer the PlayStation over the N64. I'm not a big fan of N64 because of that one analog stick. The big difference for me is that the Dreamcast had a lot of great games that didn't require a second analog stick, like Skies of Arcadia. A lot of great 2D games, fighting games that didn't require dual analog. If Xbox and PlayStation switched controllers, then I could see the possible difference with gaming, and Xbox always had more crisp graphics. Well, that's because it was more powerful than PS2, the original Xbox. But I didn't like the Duke. I liked the Mach 2 controller. Duke was too cumbersome. What's your top 3 1980s movies? Raiders of the Lost Ark. Big Trouble in Little China. And Empire Strikes Back. Xbox Twitter is going to be so obnoxious when the ABK deal closes. Yes, it is. We'll never hear the end of it. I didn't like Majora's Mask as well as Ocarina of Time. PlayStation and Xbox both have ups and downs. Either one is not better than the other. Besides, Xbox was built better, but too much eyes on your life with security and rules. Not for me, nickname Nick. I definitely preferred the PS2 because PS2 had a bigger and better library. A 7th Silent Rob collab would be interesting. Silent Rob and I don't get along. He doesn't like me because I've been vocal about the drama that went on a few years ago between him and Alpha Omega Sin. And somebody who watches this live stream went and told him, "Hey, this guy named Seven's been talking about you." He and I don't get along. I heard their movie is on Tubi. I should really check it out. Is the plot just hunting games out in the wild? The plot of the Game Chasers movie is that it's partially based on fact. Partially. Years and years ago, Billy's grandfather got him an NES for Christmas, and he just really loved his NES. He loved it, and his grandfather kept it at his house, so Billy would have to come over to his grandfather's house to play NES. It was a way to get to see his grandson more often. And over the years, Billy grew up. He got out of gaming for a while, and in the plot of this movie, him and Jay decide... His grandfather passes away, Billy's grandfather, and Jay knows that he's taking it really hard, and to try to get his mind off of it, he says, hey, why don't we just track down that old NES and play it again? And as it turns out, that NES is not up in the attic where they thought it would be. And so it becomes a sort of Pee-wee's Big Adventure type movie where they're driving across the country trying to find that NES, while there's also people who want that NES that's trying to stop them from getting that NES. And that's the plot of the movie. Do you think Oculus-style controllers are any good? I don't do that much VR stuff, man. I don't get to play it because it stays in 8th room. What had the better library, PSP or Vita? Really, PSP. PSP had a much bigger library, way more JRPGs. So overall, I think the PSP's library was better. PS Vita's library is good. Vita was better. Hi, Stranded J. How's it going? How's it going? We're down to the last 30 minutes, folks. 30 minutes, $30 donated. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Can Solid Rev shoot the loop? I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Gaming Pro Warrior. 7th, I had a weird dream last night. I met Bruce Campbell and he was a super nice dude. I didn't have to dream that. I've met him in real life. And yes, he's a super nice dude. Met Kurt Hammock same day. I believe that was also the same day that I met Roddy Piper, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was the same one. Also met Leia Thompson, Marty's mom from Back to the Future. And Beverly from Howard the Duck. I met the guy from American Werewolf in London. Can't remember the actor's name. I met him. I met a lot of people that week. I met Gary Busey and Danny Glover that week. I met a bunch of famous people that week. I should start playing Mad Max again. I never finished it, but had a great time, but life got in the way. The only part of Mad Max that frustrated me was the race, because it's not optional. You have to complete the race to progress in the game. And it took me a few tries to get that race right, because the controls are a little bit wonky on the race. Seventh, did you ever see that video of Bruce owning the disrespectful Evil Dead fan who was trash talking it? Yes. Kirk Hammett of Metallica. Yes, he was at the same location that I met Bruce Campbell. Only famous person I met was GGG, if you know who that is. I do not. Happy to have met Kevin Conroy before he passed. That's cool. Are you excited for the Star Ocean Second Story HD remake? Not really, because I already own it on PS1 and PSP. Well, no, I used to own it on PSP. That was one of the games that Wood took when he was here. And doesn't talk to me anymore. He was an American Werewolf in London, but he also made this indie horror comedy. I can't remember the name of it, but it was about a director of horror films trying to make one last comeback movie, and everything is just going wrong during the making of the film. I can't remember the name of it, but it's funny as hell. I want to say Gunnar Hansen is in it. It was either Gunnar Hansen or it was the guy that plays Jason, Kane Hodder. It was one of the two. But I think it was Gunnar Hansen before he passed away. Have you ever met Bret Hart? No. Where the heck did you get that Enterprise? I bought it at Walmart. That came out the year the first J.J. Abrams movie came out. It lights up and makes noises and stuff. Sold it in the toy department at Walmart. I bought it for $8 for a Christmas present, and eventually he got to the point where he didn't want it, so I've moved it in here. No, I haven't played Diablo 4 or Street Fighter 6 yet. Haven't had the money to buy them. Sorry. Is what it is. And I don't get paid till next Friday, so. And I'm saving up for 8's Christmas, so I'm not going to be buying much of anything for a while. I have Ys 9 for PS5 and still have not taken it out of the shrink wrap. I have Ys 9 for PS4 and haven't taken it out of the shrink wrap. Did you ever meet Mystic, Spawn Wave, RGT, or Dreamcast Guy? I've met Dreamcast Guy, haven't met the others. I've talked with RGT85, but I haven't met him in person because he doesn't come to Retropalooza. If they've been to Retropalooza, I've met them. And, I've hung out with Dreamcast. He's cool in person. Also, Norm the Gaming Historian, I've hung out with him. Alpha Omega Sin, Boogie, I haven't hung out with AVGN, but I have met him. But I did get to hang out with Mike Matei. Had dinner with him one night. We were at Retropalooza, Arlington, and one of the traditions is the first night there, everyone goes to eat at this restaurant called the Twisted Root. And we all went out there, and we had a Screenwave table where everyone who was a member of Screenwave at the time all sat and had dinner together. And so I got to have dinner with Mike Matei. But James didn't come. James was there for the convention, but he didn't come to Twisted Root. And of course, I'm no longer a member of Screenwave. They kicked me because I wasn't making them enough money. And now AVGN is pretty much all they got, really. If they didn't have AVGN, Screenwave would be out of business right now. There's a Retro Game Con in New York this weekend, I think. You should go. 7th, do you celebrate Halloween? I don't celebrate it. I just sit and watch horror movies. No kids come to trick or treat in my neighborhood. And the reason being is because about 3 blocks down the highway from my neighborhood is a rich person neighborhood. So everyone just drives their kids to that neighborhood, drops them off, and when their kids have gone through the rich people neighborhood 3 or 4 times, then they call their parents, and their parents come pick them up and take them back to my neighborhood. No one trick-or-treats here. Just is what it is. I should go to that, being nowhere near Texas. It's cool you met the completionist. I met the That's right, I met the completionist too. I met him. And of course, I've met Tyler from My Retro Life. If any of you are familiar with retro channels, I've met G to the Next Level. If you watch G to the Next Level, I've met him. Grindhead Jim, he's not a retro gamer channel. He does like toy stuff, and he was in the Game Chasers movie. A good friend of mine. I don't even have one physical copy of a game. Sounds like a personal problem. Mike Matei is pretty cool. I used to watch his streams where he played challenging runs of old games. Yeah, he's entertaining. He's gotten himself in trouble over the years with some of the things that he's said and done, but that's not really any of my business at all. Have you ever met Sting? No. I've seen Sting live way, way back. My dad somehow got free tickets to a WCW show. This would have been in like 91 or 92, somewhere around in there. And it was at the UTC Roundhouse in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and me and my dad went to see it. And I watched WWF. I didn't watch WCW at the time. I'd watched some of it. I knew it well enough to know who the Road Warriors were and Sting and Nature Boy Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes. But I didn't really watch WCW. I mostly watched WWE. And even then, the main reason I watched WWE wasn't so much because I liked the wrestling all that much. It's me and my mom would watch the Monday night wrestling show that WWF used to have on USA Network before Raw existed, that was hosted by Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain Heenan. And me and my mom would watch that together because we both thought that Heenan and Gorilla were hilarious. And so we'd watch it for them more than the actual matches. And, Gorilla saying that Bobby the Brain's motto was win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. That kind of stuff. It cracked both of us up. But anyway, my dad took us to see that show, and the main event was a 6-man tag, and it was, I want to say it was Ric Flair, Tully Blanchard, and Arn Anderson versus Sting and the Road Warriors. And that was a fun show. I enjoyed, even though I didn't know half the people that were wrestling, I had a good time at that show. Do you watch South Park? Yes. But if there were kids in your neighborhood, would you celebrate it then? What would you do? Dress up as a monster? If I had the money, I would decorate my house and, turn my garage into a mini haunted house. There was a neighborhood in North Carolina where I would take 8th trick-or-treating every year. And there was a guy in that neighborhood who every year he would turn his garage into a haunted house. And it was fun. I would do that. But I'm not going to do that because I don't want to spend that kind of money. I'd rather spend that money on games. Cupcakes or Heinz ketchup? Neither really. I don't really use ketchup that much anymore, and I don't eat cupcakes because, type 2. Barely type 2 nowadays, but still type 2. Nobody comes to trick-or-treat my neighborhood for that exact reason as well. Yeah, take your kid to the rich people neighborhood. You'll get more and better candy. It's just the way it is. And they're also incredibly stupid. So all you have to do is slightly shuffle your costume around a little bit, and you can make the rounds again. Multiple times. I used to do that in my own neighborhood. And the people in my own neighborhood, when I was a kid, they'd fall for it every time. They never knew it was me. And I'd go through the neighborhood like 4 times and just slightly change my costume around. Nobody pick up on it. I'd come home with an entire hefty garbage bag full of candy. And now I'm type 2. Let's see here. I'm going to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. That's a good one. I've never been there, but that's a good one. And I've never met Metal Jesus. I've heard that Metal Jesus is a nice guy. I've got friends who are friends with him. The only thing I can tell you about Metal Jesus with any confidence is that my intro music is better than his. You met one of the games. I met both of the Game Sack guys. They were at Retropalooza. Met them both. They were nice. Nice dudes. I keep accidentally buying roguelikes. They're everywhere. Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired of it myself. It's getting oversaturated. And according to 8th, most of them suck. There's only like a small handful of them that he deems worth his attention. Should Ubisoft stop making Assassin's Creed games? Right now, it's really the main thing making the money. We need a chop top 7th. Now that would be a lot of that'd be a lot of makeup right there. And plus I'm not skinny enough for that. Since we're on the subject of Halloween, there's something I'd like to ask you in the DMs because it's a long comment. I want to. Okay. Cupcakes. Not saying I don't like cupcakes. I'm just not supposed to eat them. My favorite cupcake of all time was from this gourmet cupcake place in North Carolina. And it was a banana pudding cupcake. It had banana flavored icing on it. And it had actual banana pudding in the middle of the cupcake. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was so good. But I can't have them no more. I was at a gaming convention many years ago and turned a corner after getting some nachos and cheese and walked into and spilled my nachos on Lou Ferrigno. I bet he was cool about it, though. I bet he didn't get mad at you. What would happen if you devoured 3 cupcakes? I have no idea. I'd probably get lightheaded and fall asleep. And then feel like hungover when I woke up. Did you like Hades? Not especially. MJR is at the Retro Game Con in New York. I saw reposted on Twitter this week. Like I said, I have several friends that are friends with Metal Jesus. I've never had the opportunity to meet him. He came to Retropalooza maybe once, and that was it. That's all I'll say about that. I don't think it's exactly an original strategy, Ultra Steel. Every generation of kids that I've been around, because of 8th, do the same thing. I mean, one time I took 8th to my friend J.A. Allen, the guitar player. I took him to J.A. Allen's neighborhood to trick or treat, and 8th brought 3 different costumes. 3. And he went around that neighborhood 3 times. Garbage bag full of candy. What was your favorite vehicle in the Twisted Metal series? I never really got into the Twisted Metal series all that much. Never did really care for it. I never did get big into the vehicular combat games. They just didn't appeal to me. What's the best game genre of the last 10 years? RPGs. Or at least best for me, because that's my favorite genre. 7th, what was the funniest Easter egg you discovered in a video game? Shit, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't go hunting for Easter eggs. Usually, if I find an Easter egg, it's because I read about it in a magazine somewhere. I think the only one that really surprised me was in that that kind of so-so PC port of that RPG Sacred 2 for PS3. In the very first town of that game, if you walk over to the cemetery, a bunch of the eulogies on the tombstones are references to Red Dwarf. I've never seen anybody else talk about it, but it's true. If you have a copy of Sacred 2, load it up, go to that first town, go to the cemetery, and start reading the tombstones. It's Red Dwarf. I still can't get over EDP's cupcake excuse. Almost EDP, I don't want to get into him. It's disgusting. Who's more of a jerk, CM Punk or Edge? I'd have to say Punk. Have you ever volunteered at a homeless shelter? I haven't volunteered at a homeless shelter. I have served food at a soup kitchen, though. And when I was younger, I did some volunteer stuff through my church. One Halloween, me and my buddy didn't have costumes, so we just swapped shirts and we went at each other. Well, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. I remember J.A. Allen, Always and Forever, cute guitar riff. I miss that guy. Hope he comes back for a future stream. Yeah, I don't know, man. He showed up. He shows up in the stream kind of at random. He'll go 6 months without showing up, and then he'll kind of show up out of nowhere. He was the one that sent me all that PlayStation stuff like a year ago. That's how we ended up with our 60 gig Fat Boy. I remember Cell Damage. I wasn't a big fan of that one either. Fly up to Oregon and check out the expo, then drive 2 hours west from Portland and hit up Astoria. I've always wanted to go to Astoria and take the Goonies tour. Don't know if I'll ever make it up that way, though. I'm not a big fan of flying. And every time I think to myself, this year I'm going to save my bonus and I'm just going to take a trip somewhere. I'm going to rent a car and I'm going to drive. And then I don't do it. I don't do it. The only trips I go on are Retropalooza trips. I haven't been on a legitimate vacation since 2015 because I always end up spending my money on something else. It is what it is. And that trip in 2015, Disney World. Trust me, I ain't going back there now. No way. They have really lowered their standards for who they hire as cast members there. And I'm not talking about, gender stuff or anything like that. I mean that when they closed for the pandemic and then opened back up, half of their staff refused to come back. They went and got jobs somewhere else. And so Disney used to always have certain standards of who that you had to live up to work there. Like you couldn't have a beard unless you were a Muslim or a Jew, because it was part of your religion to have one, or that you had a medical condition. You were only allowed a very neatly trimmed mustache a la Walt. You couldn't have tattoos that were below the sleeves or on your face. You couldn't have long hair as a man. They had all sorts of different rules that you had to go by to work there. They've gotten rid of all of that because their staff wouldn't come back after the pandemic, and so they needed staffers, and they needed them fast. And so now, instead of people that were passionate about working for Disney, you have a bunch of people that just wanted a paycheck. I ain't going back. And it's too expensive to go there now. You can go to Universal way cheaper. Universal Studios, Islands of Adventure, they're getting ready to open Epic Universe, and they have a water park that's just as big as Typhoon Lagoon. And it's way, way cheaper. I would not recommend going to Disney World to anybody right now. And I love Disney World. I'm incredibly passionate about it. My son learned to walk there. Went there every summer when I was a little boy. My dad would save up and save and scrimp and save all year long to take me there. 8-hour drive from Tennessee to Orlando every summer. I'm very passionate about that place, but I would not go back there now in its current state and at its current cost. Go to Universal instead. Or go to Tennessee and go to Dollywood. Dollywood is awesome. Dollywood is fantastic. It's just as big as the Magic Kingdom. It's got a nice down-homey southern flair to it. Fantastic. Got some of the best roller coasters you've ever rode. And they have a great water park, and they have 2 resort hotels. Go to Dollywood. And it's right next to Gatlinburg. Gatlinburg's got 2 weeks worth of stuff to do. That is a fantastic vacation destination. The last time that I took 8th to Gatlinburg, the last time we were there, it was in 2013. We had way more fun there than we did the last time we went to Disney World. And he'll tell you the same thing. Hey, 7th, ever watch Battle Royal? Yeah, I've seen it. Seen the sequel, too. Not a fan. 7th, will you stay an extra hour like last time, or are you tired for the day? If so, get some rest, man. Thanks for the stream. I don't know, man. I don't know. 7th, do you like Chinese food? Very much so. Unfortunately, there's only one halfway decent Chinese restaurant around us. and it's run by a skinny white guy. But I mean, it's the best Chinese food in my little town, and so that's where we go. But it's expensive. It's the most expensive Chinese restaurant I've ever ate at, and I've ate at Nine Dragons of China in Epcot. Every time we go there, I'm just ordering, of course, for me and eighth, $60 to feed 2 people. Why? It's overpriced, but it's good. I will miss that higher standard. I still have to watch Big Trouble in Little China. Yes, you do. It's one of the best 80s movies ever. Disney World versus Disneyland. Never been to Disneyland. I've only ever been to Walt Disney World. It's so cool how I used to work at Disney. You've done it all. I think you meant it's so cool how I used to work at Disney, not you. Yep, I was there for 2 years. Why didn't you like Battle Royale? I just didn't like it. It didn't get its claws into me. It didn't interest me. To me, it seemed like a movie that everyone liked it because of the shock value of it more than because it was an actually entertaining or engrossing film. But yeah, Disney was an experience. It was an interesting time in my life. I've talked about it on here a lot. I know those parks backwards and forwards. I mean, I don't know, some of the most newest stuff that they've built, like Galaxy's Edge. I've never been to Galaxy's Edge. But as far as the core parks and the actual property, I know it like the back of my hand. I never get lost on Disney property. And eighth practically grew up there. We were there like every weekend from the time he was like 6 months old till like when he was around 4 or so, when we moved to North Carolina, because we had Florida resident passes. So we'd go to Disney, all the time. We also went to Busch Gardens all the time. Every now and again we'd go to SeaWorld because we were season pass holders for Busch Gardens, which got us free access to SeaWorld. So we were always Disney World, SeaWorld, Busch Gardens. Disney World, SeaWorld, Busch Gardens. I've never been to Islands of Adventure. I've only been to a Universal once. And that's because we got into all the other ones free all year long, just from either through me being an employee or through having a Florida residence pass. Do you still ride roller coasters? It depends on the roller coasters. Some of them I'm too fat to ride now. But some of them I can still ride. I can still ride like Expedition Everest, Thunder Mountain, Rock and Roller Coaster, that kind of thing. If you still haven't played Synapse, you're missing out. I have not played Synapse, don't know what it is. Lou Ferrigno was super friendly and brought me new nachos. Awesome. I kind of figured. No, I didn't like the Hunger Games. Young adult teen novel crap. Doesn't interest me. Yes, I remember about the girl that got crushed. It was on the Carousel of Progress, although at the time that it happened at Disneyland, it might have been America Sings by that point. I don't remember for sure. Is your chimney safe for Santa? It's never used, so I assume so. No, it's not true. Walt was not frozen. He was cremated. 7th, which part of Florida did you prefer, west or east? Northeast. The happiest times I had in Florida were living in Jacksonville. You just had to know which part of Jacksonville to live in. Because a lot of parts of Jacksonville aren't a good place to live. Dangerous. Island of Adventure, I haven't been there in over a decade, but I liked it. Like I said, I've been to Universal Studios back in 1992. It had barely been open any time at all. It had barely any rides to it, and the ones they did have were breaking down left and right. How would you explain Santa Claus breaking into a house without a chimney? I told 8th that he had a key to the house. That he basically had a skeleton key that would open any lock. Lou Ferrigno was funny on King of Queens, yeah. Hey, 7th, have you ever wanted to be mayor of Texas? Well, you can't be mayor of Texas. You can be mayor of a town. I think you meant governor of Texas. And no, I have no interest in politics. I was born and raised in the Bronx. Cool. My mother lived in the Bronx for a little while during the 50s. Because my grandfather was working up there for a while as an electrician. Of course, the Bronx were a lot different back then. I don't know if I want to stay another hour or not, guys. I don't know. That depends on y'all. I went to Florida once with my family, and I enjoyed sleeping in the hotels that were right close up to the beach. It had a back stand that you could stand out over and watch the beach. My favorite beach in Florida, I had two. One of them was Clearwater, but you had to be careful because Clearwater was awful close to the Scientologists, and Panama City Beach. Panama City, you had to be careful because a bunch of the kids at some point decided that Daytona was too old people and started going to Panama instead of Daytona for spring break. And used to, Panama City Beach had the largest nightclub in the country. It was called Club La Vila. It's not open anymore. I think it went out of business during the pandemic. But it was a massive nightclub. Huge. And you could walk right up to it from the beach. It was fantastic. Of course, the thing that I loved most about Panama City isn't there anymore, which was the original Miracle Strip amusement park. They have a Miracle Pier or whatever, but it's not the same thing. Not even close. 7th, any favorite comedians? George Carlin. I was a security guard at Disney World. We love you, 7th. Stay a little longer. 7th, have you ever done security? Yeah, I was a security guard for AT&T once. That's how I got into IT. Took a job as a third shift security guard, met all the managers there, got to be friends with the managers, told one of them that I was good with computers. They asked me to fill out an application. I became a customer service person for AT&T, and then got instantly promoted, almost instantly within 3 months, promoted into my first IT job. And that's how I got my foot in the door in IT. Didn't have a degree or nothing at the time. Clearwater is a nice town and beautiful beaches. It's a nice area, but kind of expensive and in a flood zone. I've been there as a visitor. Nice beaches, but like I said, awful close to all the Scientologists, so you have to watch out for that. Oh, my neck. My neck. My neck. I guess I'll give y'all another hour. I guess I'll do it. I ain't making this a regular thing now. I just got nothing better to do. My back's not hurting too incredibly bad right now. I'm in a little bit of pain, but not too bad. Security work is boring. It's just sitting at a desk and then walking. And then sitting at a desk and then walking. And then occasionally somebody will do something stupid and then sitting at a desk. That's security work. I'm glad I didn't have to do it for very long. And the security company wasn't very happy with the fact that I basically used them to get my foot in the door at AT&T. They were pretty pissed about that too, but oh well. Why do you wear that hat? Because I like this hat. It's my favorite new hat. I used to have a different hat. That one started to get old and nasty. It was 7 years old and had a lot, It was starting to fall apart. So when I went to Retropalooza, on my way there, I stopped in at Buc-ee's and I bought me a new hat. From Rain, I had the chance to go to Euro Disney the year they first opened it when I lived in Germany. The park was pretty empty due to the fact that the Europeans at the time didn't flock there. Yeah, it took a while for it to become popular. Of course, now it's not Euro Disney, it's Disneyland Paris. I mean, most of the stuff that not all, but most of the stuff they have there is the same stuff that you'd ride at any of the other parks. The big differences being that their Space Mountain is different, a lot different. It's themed after Jules Verne, and their Haunted Mansion is different. The plot of their Haunted Mansion is actually tied to the Thunder Mountain Railroad on the other side of the lagoon there. That's all based around a mining town, and yeah. It's a cool version of the Haunted Mansion. Has a lot of the same gags in it, a lot of the same scenes, but some of it is also very different. Like, you actually end up going down into a grave. Instead of going down into a graveyard like you do in the one in Florida, you go down into a grave and then you're in the underworld. You're like, where the ghosts live and stuff. So it's quite a bit different. A lot that's the same, but a lot that's different. How do you become a security guard? I couldn't get hired for it. For me, my dad got me in. My dad was working for that security company after he had retired from being a cop, and he was like, "We'll get you in there. You'll have to work there a few months. Get to know all the big bosses at AT&T and take your shot." So my dad was in on it. He got me hired on there with the express purpose of getting me hired into AT&T, and so he ended up taking the hit for that when I got hired by AT&T. But at the time, he was the best they had, so they weren't going to fire him over it. They just got really pissed with him. Did you like the Tower of Terror? I love the Tower of Terror. It's a great ride. Did you see the Little Mermaid live action or the Pinocchio? I've seen the Pinocchio one. I haven't watched the live action Little Mermaid. I have no interest in watching it. I wasn't a big fan of the animated one, to be honest with you. I didn't really get into the Disney Renaissance until Beauty and the Beast. I didn't care for Little Mermaid much at all. 7th is maybe the most employable guy on the crumb side. Yeah, because I've done it all, baby. I've done fast food. I've done retail. I've done security. I've done all sorts of IT. I've worked at Disney. I've done it all. And at one point, almost got hired with the CIA. Well, at least, I went to an interview. Yeah. Like 20-something years ago. What did they do to your father when they got mad at him? They put him on a third shift. Do you believe we should all live in communities and help the homeless? What did they do to your... Well, yeah, you should attempt to help the homeless, but it also depends on what type of help you're offering. I believe that you should help the homeless insofar as helping them get on their feet so they can afford their own home, as opposed to just the way the homeless are handled now. Because really all that's going on in the United States when it comes to the homeless right now is enabling it. I haven't been to an amusement park in 15 years. Well, it's a shame. They're fun. Thoughts on comedian Tom Segura and Dave Chappelle? I haven't really watched Tom that much. Love Dave Chappelle. CIA didn't reject me. I didn't go past the first interview because they started telling me stuff about what the job would be like and how I'd have to behave and various things that I could and couldn't do, and I just told him I wasn't interested and left. Were you on third shift because your company got mad at you? No. As far as the security company goes, I was on third shift because that's where they put all the new guys. Because none of their senior guys wanted to work third shift. As far as the industry that I'm in now, I volunteered for third shift to prove a point. Because I was the best guy they had, and they did something that I wasn't happy with. And so when an opening came up on third shift, I volunteered for it. Nobody else would take it, so they were forced to let me on it. And then their daytime, primetime numbers suffered because I was sitting on third shift hardly doing anything. So I did it to prove a point. But then because of that, I ended up being stuck on third shift for like 2.5, close to 3 years. And it totally destroyed my health. So, you know, I paid the karmic price for proving my point. Hey, 7th, FBI versus CIA. It's all the same thing, really. It's just that one stays local and one deals with overseas. I mean, that's... Yes, I know about Tupac. I mean, it's not exactly like it was a big mystery. He's been bragging about doing it for years. They just needed to find evidence to back up what he was saying. Have you ever used coffee filters as toilet paper? No, can't say that I have because I don't drink coffee, hence I don't buy coffee filters. I don't drink coffee. It's bad for your heart. It's good for some other things. It's, you know, you'll lose some weight drinking coffee, but it's not good for your heart. How much does the security job pay you hourly? I don't really remember. It wasn't much. It was something like $7 or $8 an hour or something like that. I don't know anything about who killed who when it comes to the rappers. I have no idea. Would you agree that Paul Dini is a better storyteller than Dave Filoni? Well, just about anybody is a better storyteller than Dave Filoni. I don't know who Paul Dini is. Let's just say that I think The Mandalorian's success has been more about Jon Favreau than Filoni. No, I don't drink alcohol. There was a point where I would have one Jack Daniel's Blackjack Cola during the 7thCast, but that stopped a few years ago. And so now I don't drink alcohol at all. Do you like beans? Sure. Any good modern RPGs you would recommend? None that you don't already know about. You should check out Hawaii. It's the most beautiful. Well, not in any hurry to go to Hawaii after recent events, enemy. Dave Filoni or Neil Druckmann, who's worse? They're two sides of the same coin as far as I'm concerned. Paul was one of the head writers on the original Batman in the animated series. Well, you kind of answered your own question there, didn't you? Don't need me to figure that one out there, Brother Natural. 7th, are you old enough to remember the Night Stalker TV series of the 70s? Oh, the Kolchak. Kolchak, yeah. It starred if I'm not mistaken, it starred the guy who was the father on A Christmas Story. And he was like a reporter, and he would run into all these crazy things like, you know, like vampires and werewolves and stuff. Yeah, I remember Night Stalker. Yes, I loved Skyrim. Good evening, Biggin. Any horror movies in your queue for Halloween? Well, I just finished you're a little late to the party there, Corbin. I just finished watching VHS 85. I enjoyed it quite a bit. not checking the episode out for Halloween. Yeah, like I said, I watched Night Stalkers when I was a kid. It was good. I didn't like it as much as some of the stuff that came out in the 80s, like especially Tales from the Dark Side. That was my favorite during the 80s as far as television horror was concerned. Because, the only time I ever got to see Tales from the Crypt was when I was spending the night at my uncle's house because we didn't have HBO or Showtime or any of that. All we had was Disney Channel when I was a kid. And even then, it was 1983 before we even got cable. I was like 8 years old, 8 or 9 years old before we even got cable. Up till that point, all we had was 3 channels, man, including, your local UHF channel. Did you enjoy the Netflix Fear Street trilogy? Didn't watch it. Have you seen Skinamarink? Yeah. It's one of those once you've seen it movies. I have Octopath Traveler 2. Put about 10 hours into it. Haven't beat it yet. And I beat Dragon Quest 11. So. What'd you think of the Hollywood writer's strike? Didn't really care one way or the other. Didn't concern me. I'm not an actor and I'm not a writer. Do you like Death Trap Dungeon? I had it back in the day. I never beat it. I got, I think, down to the 4th level. Whichever level was the clown circus level, that's how far I got. I never got past there. I wouldn't say that I'm a diehard fan of it. 8th would probably like it if I bought it for him. Not really my thing, though. Kind of clunky. That one might be interesting to resurrect, turn it into a modern Souls-like. Might be interesting. I mean, I know it definitely has a fan base because it was based on one of those game books, one of those choose-your-own-adventure type things. Oh, I loved Married with Children. Loved Married with Children. Still watch it every now and again. Old Al Bundy. Polk High. 4 touchdowns in 1 game. Yeah, Kolchak the Night Stalker. Yeah. Starfield was boring. Yes, it was. I didn't spend any money on it because I played it through Game Pass. And my Game Pass is paid up for a while. For a while. I think I put about 20 hours into it, and I was like, this is not gripping me. I'll tell you how far I got. I got to the mission where you're at that research base and you keep hopping between time periods. It's like you keep warping in and out of time periods. That's where I got to. And I was just like, Theaters are pitching the idea of introducing a new viewing format known as ScreenX, where they merge 3 giant screens into one auditorium to give the perception of an ultra-wide screen viewing experience. Yeah, there's also a theater around here somewhere that's doing something they call 4D, where it's like an IMAX screen, and they also like the floors shake and it sprays water at you and stuff. Did you like Freddy vs. Jason? Yes. Could have been better, but I liked it. Would you consider Death Trap Dungeon a Souls-like game? No, but there's lots of elements to it that was a direct, obvious inspiration to Dark Souls. Lots of similarities between it and the first Dark Souls game. I don't bet on anything, enemy. What's your opinion on Bebe's Kids? Never watched the movie. Played the video game once. Seventh, do you think the government should control all the money? They don't really control the money now. Federal Reserve controls it, and the Federal Reserve is not a government agency. I don't have Death Trap Dungeon anymore. I'd like to have it back in my collection because I think 8th, even though it only runs at like 16 frames per second and the controls are antiquated, I think you'd still like it just because of how much of modern Souls-likes it obviously inspired. But for some reason, when I go to these, when I go to Retropalooza, PS1 games everywhere, but I never see Death Trap Dungeon. Never see it. Did you like the show Everybody Hates Chris? Not especially. I tried it. Didn't really care for it. I'm not really a big TV comedy guy. You know, it really has to draw me in. And Everybody Hates Chris didn't draw me in. We're still right at 30 viewers. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. No Tokes tonight. Tokes showed up for like the first 30 seconds of the 7th cast last week. He hasn't been in here tonight at all. Do you wish you had Plumbers Don't Wear Ties or Corpse Killer? I used to have Corpse Killer on 32X CD back in the day. Game sucks. And no, I don't wish I had Plumbers Don't Wear Ties because it also sucks. And no, I didn't buy the re-release of it because it sucks. Why do you think homeless people are so kind? I wouldn't go that far, Shadow Deist. I've encountered nice homeless people in my time, and then I've encountered homeless people that would rip your guts out just for one of your shoelaces. So, yeah. Never really got big into Stalker 1, so don't have a whole lot of interest in Stalker 2, Bill. What's up, 7th? Did you get Lies of P? 8th got it on Steam. I haven't. No, he got it on. He got it digitally on PS5. I haven't played it. 8th has played it. I haven't played it. I've said it a million times. I'm not a Souls-like guy. That's 8th. 8th is the Souls-like guy, not me. Not this one. I don't have the patience for it. I've got the skill for it, but I don't have the patience for it. Seventh, do you think the tone of the upcoming FNAF movie should be something like the Nightmare on Elm Street or Poltergeist by having some silliness in it? I'm not the guy to ask, Ultra Steel. I'm not a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's. I've told you all that. In fact, I said that earlier in the 7th cast, tonight. Were you sad when you heard Paul Walker died? No. Because I wasn't into the Fast and Furious series. I haven't seen most of them. Do you remember if 8th ever mentioned what he thought was the hardest boss in Lies of P? I don't remember. I'm sure he said something at some point, but I don't remember. He was in here earlier, but he's not in here now. I've seen homeless people do a lot of things. Remember, I used to go on patrol with my dad. You take me on ride-alongs. I've seen homeless people do lots of stuff. Not really going to get into it because I don't want to seem like I'm disparaging the homeless. I'm not. I'm just saying that a lot of homeless have been homeless for so long that they are liable. Some of them are liable to do anything. You should definitely pick up Mortal Kombat 1. I eventually will. Gandalf versus Voldemort. Gandalf will kick his ass. 7th, if you could buy an arcade cabinet, not the arcade 1-up stuff, for your game room, which one would you get? Tron. I just like the way it looks. I mean, I like the arcade game, but I just really like the way that one looks. To me, that's like the quintessential 80s arcade cabinet. I have Sea of Stars downloaded. I haven't played it yet. All the hardest bosses got nerfed in Lies of P anyway. Yeah, 8th mentioned something about that to me. Do you remember when El Presidor was mocking the homeless? Not off the top of my head. Might have been something that he was doing after the whole Troy Brotherhood thing. You know, I know he was driving past people in Walmart and doing his Goonga Ginga stuff, but Voldemort versus Darth Vader? I don't know. I think Voldemort might have the upper hand on that one. All Vader could really do was choke people, move stuff, and swing a sword. 7th, do you think Friday the 13th remake was... It was okay. It was okay. Wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't, terrible. It just felt like another Jason movie, Had a lot of tiggle bitties in it. If you like that sort of thing, 7th, I heard the Hobbit book was boring. Is it true? No. I mean, the Hobbit book is more geared towards kids than the Lord of the Rings books are, but it's still well written, has an interesting story. If you're a fan of the movie trilogy and then you go read the book, you're going to be disappointed because a lot of the stuff that happens in the trilogy doesn't happen in the book, or at least not in any great detail. No, I didn't like Ahsoka, and short of the episode where he fought Vader, I didn't like Obi-Wan either. I mean, I enjoyed Andor okay, but aside from The Mandalorian, I haven't really enjoyed any of the Disney Star Wars shows. Andor was okay, but at the same time, you're watching this show knowing exactly how it's going to end, because you've already seen Rogue One. Got 31 people in here, but it's the same folks over and over again asking the questions. What's going on with that? Ever thought of using AI to help you speed up production of your videos? Not especially. AI is not going to write my script for me, and well, at least not a good script. I love all the Friday the 13th movies from 1 to 7, even 5, which I know you... I don't like 5. Don't you find it amusing that the whole movie started all because of a chocolate bar? I've never said I like 5. I don't like 5. I hate 5 because it's not Jason Voorhees. I've said that repeatedly. I don't like Jason Goes to Hell for the same reason, because, it's supposed to be Jason's heart or whatnot, but it's not really Jason through most of the movie. It's just people being possessed by Jason or whatever. It's stupid. What's your opinion of the Hobbit video game on PS2? It was a decent Zelda-style game. It was pretty good. No, you won't be getting a Solo sequel. I mean, there was rumors of them doing either a Lando series or a Lando movie, but I don't know if that's still on the cards or not. Enola Holmes 2 was garbage. I haven't watched the first one. 7th, GameCube versus PS2, which had better games? GameCube had great games, but PS2 had more great games. Do you think you would make for a good teacher? I know I would, because I have to train people at my job. I am good at it. I am good at it. Is the new Hogwarts game good? Yeah. I'm like this close to platting it. I think I'm at like 79 or 80%, something like that on it. I'm just missing a couple. Just a couple of the trophies. I'll go back and get it eventually. I'm just not in any rush right now. Have you ever trained a person who ended up replacing you? No. Because usually when I'm training somebody for a position that's already beneath where I'm at. Usually. I wouldn't say it's debatable, Shadow Diaz, because the GameCube library in just overall size is a fraction of what was available on PS2. Not even close. I just found your channel today, gave you a sub as well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Do you recommend the Castlevania Netflix show? I liked the first Castlevania. I'm not liking this new one on Netflix. What MCU actor has the best career outside the MCU? Probably Robert Downey Jr., I would imagine. 7th, did you like Friday the 13th, Jason Takes Manhattan? No, because it was dumb. And most of it wasn't shot in New York. And its ending was dumb. Had a stupid ending. That's strike one, Shadowhood. That's strike one. Oh. Best JRPG on PS3. Well. Well, it's certainly not Final Fantasy 13, that's for sure. Probably Persona 5. I mean, it's better on PS4, but you could get it on PS3. Are you a fan of the Witcher Netflix show? No. I liked the first season alright, and it was all downhill from there. What fighting game did you school 8th in to show him who was boss? In the early days, Mortal Kombat 2, because I could dominate him using my scorpion spam technique. I have something like 160 PS3 games, so I know the library fairly well. I'd probably play PS3 games a lot more if they could just, put the PS3 emulator on the PS5. Hello? Freaking stupid. All right, I'm only going to stay on here about another 25 minutes because y'all are starting to get slow on the questions. Oh. Oh, my neck. My neck's starting to pop, gentlemen. I'm getting a poppy neck. What's your favorite first-person shooter campaign? Y'all are going to say this doesn't count because it's technically not really a shooter. But I would probably say the original BioShock. I just love that game. More traditional, probably Doom 2, because I have a lot of fond memories of Doom 2. I overheard multiple people saying that the Daredevil show was amazing, but now that Disney took it over, they're concerned it'll go downhill. Were you a fan of the Netflix Daredevil? Yeah, I liked it a lot. Didn't like the spin-offs too much, but I liked it. Is there room for a fourth console? I don't think that'd be a good idea to try to get into this market at this point. No, Ultra Steel, I didn't say 3 was my favorite. I said 4 was my favorite. 4. You're getting a lot of things wrong tonight, Ultra Steel. 25 more minutes is very fair. I thought you were going to leave early. Well, normally I would have. Do you prefer Texas chili or classic chili? I just like chili. As long as it doesn't have jalapenos in it, I'm good. Or any other peppers. Yeah, that's a burning question, all right, Bill. Depending on how the chili's made. Hey, 7th, Master Chief versus the Hellgast and Killzone. I think Master Chief would be fine. I don't have anything for Crap Gamer. I only picked it up like 2 months ago, but it's great. I liked 2016 Doom all right. I didn't care for Doom Eternal because it became very formulaic compared to 2016, in my humble opinion. Hopefully the PS5 Pro will be fully backwards compatible. It won't. It won't. Sony ain't going to go down that road because it's something that everyone wants, but it's not something that they could make money off of if they did it. I mean, even Microsoft, they just half-assed backwards compatibility. It's not nearly as great as the Xbox fans make it out to be. I want the Centipede arcade. Seen a few. I've almost bought. Centipede's a good game. Millipede too. No, Killzone was not a Halo ripoff. Didn't play anything like it really. Isn't chili known for chili peppers? Not necessarily. It depends on who makes it, what region you get it in. Some chili is very mild. Some of it is very spicy. It just depends on who's making it, what region. Do you think we'll get a Killzone collection on the PS5? It's not looking that way. It's not looking that way. It seems like Guerrilla Games has abandoned it and all they care about is Horizon now. Because Horizon's given them the success that they never quite got with Killzone. Killzone sold well, but it wasn't a big hit. Why did people compare Killzone and Halo? Because they were both console exclusives at the time. So anytime Sony announced that they were coming out with a new first-party exclusive first-person shooter, everyone would say that this was Sony's Halo killer, even though Sony wouldn't say that in any of their marketing or anything. You know, the press would say, "Oh, Sony's trying another Halo killer." Yes, I remember MAG. It was very generic. And it was multiplayer online only, so now if you own MAG, you own a coaster. I'm just saying. That's why I don't understand Sony trying again with something that they already failed at on the PS3. They had Warhawk online only. Failed. Had a small cult audience, but for the most part, failed. They had Starhawk. Failed for the same reason. They had MAG. Tremendous fail. Every time they tried to do the online only thing, fail. The only time they were successful with it was SOCOM. SOCOM was successful. And of course, they've been mostly successful with online multiplayer for Gran Turismo. And again, Ghost of Tsushima Legends. I know Last of Us Factions had a decent following, but it wasn't very long lasting. And then, there were people that liked Uncharted multiplayer. I was not one of them, and again, didn't last. What do you think about YouTubers like Andrew Tate? As little as possible. Thoughts on the rumored God of War half sequel starring Atreus? Don't care about it. The most, I still haven't played Ragnarok myself. I watched 8th play through the Atreus-centric chapter. Looked like the most boring crap I'd ever seen. Have no interest in an Atreus-only game. Don't really care about remasters of either one of those, Bill Bones. If MAG was done today, it would be a success. I kind of doubt it. Yes, people are more likely to play online multiplayer games, but MAG was generic as it could get. There wasn't anything that separated it other than its player size. That's the only thing that differentiated it from any other online shooter out there at the time. Which has more processing power, Series X or PS5? Series X has more raw processing power, but PS5 accomplishes a lot of the similar goals through different means, through its variable clock rates and whatnot, and through the custom threading that they did for the SSD. So they kind of balance out. When you set the two of them side by side, watching it on a 70-inch screen, you can't really tell any difference graphically between one or the other. They look like the same generation system. What's your advice if you encounter a narcissist? Just turn around and walk the other way. It's not worth the time. I think on the paper, Xbox Series X with you. Yeah, pretty much. Who's more toxic, Andrew Tate or DSP? I don't watch either one of them. Was Jack and Daxter a Ratchet and Clank ripoff? Jack and Daxter technically came out first. Then Ratchet and Clank came out and it had guns. And then Jack and Daxter added guns. And so technically Jack and Daxter became a ripoff of Ratchet and Clank. Even though Jack and Daxter as a platformer came out first. But they were both in development at the same general time as far as their first iterations. What happened to Beyond Good and Evil 2? It's vaporware. Probably never going to come out. I wasn't even a big fan of the first one, so I don't really care. Raymond, I was referring to the fact that PlayStation 5 is not going off of just having a stock SSD in there. They did a lot of custom work insofar as the way that information is fed in and out of that drive. I'm not going to get into the details of it. Just watch Mark Cerny's video that he put out explaining how the PS5 works, and it tells you how all of it does what it does. Naughty Dog's forgotten about a lot of things, like how to be a successful studio, and it's all to be laid right at the feet of Neil Druckmann. I keep saying it for a reason, folks. No, Jack and Daxter was Naughty Dog, Ratchet and Clank was Insomniac. Not the same studio. You had three quintessential platforming series that came out that same generation that were exclusive to Sony around the same time. And that was within, like a year or two of each other. And that was Sly Cooper from Sucker Punch and Jack and Daxter from Naughty Dog and Ratchet and Clank from Insomniac. And Sony now owns all three companies. And none of them make, except for Insomniac, still make the 3D platformers. Insomniac still goes back to Ratchet and Clank every so often. Naughty Dog has abandoned Jack and Daxter, and Sucker Punch have abandoned Sly Cooper. The last I heard was it was Sony Santa Monica, whose new IP was a sci-fi bill, and that Naughty Dog's new IP that they never actually finished making, apparently, was more of a fantasy thing because some of its concept art had pictures of characters sitting with dragons. What are your plans after you jump off here? I'm probably just going to watch a movie until I fall asleep. 7th, has 8th ever spooked you before? There's been times where I was on the point of falling asleep, and so he's walked into the room without me hearing him because I'm about to fall asleep, and he'd be like, "Hey Dad, what you doing?" And it would startle me. But he's never spooked me. Never spooked me. I'm going to stay on for about another 12 minutes or so, and then I'm done. Stick a fork in me. My back is starting to give me problems, man. That's why you're seeing me, not lean up close very much, and I'm just kind of leaning back in my chair because my lower back is starting to give me fits. Well, I'm glad you decided to stay longer. It gives me a chance to watch during my lunch. Well, I'm glad you're able to watch. And again, appreciated the $10. Hey, look, look, look. Descendants! Descendants. Milo! Everything Sucks album cover. Yes. Do you think a bully game where you played as a female would be good? I didn't even like the original Bully all that much. I'm not a fan of Rockstar for the most part. I think they mostly got their reputation for doing shocking stuff, but their gameplay has never been up to snuff. You know, they were known for really popularizing the sandbox genre, and they were known for doing shocking stuff. But the gameplay never, in my opinion, has never really lived up to everything else that they do. So I'm not a big fan of Rockstar. Not impressed by them for the most part. And for a studio as big as they are, it takes them forever to come out with anything new because they like to mainly make their money off of milking the existing games over and over and over ad infinitum. Look how many times Gran Turismo 5 has been Gran Turismo. How many times Grand Theft Auto 5 has been released? It's a joke. Are you going to get the physical of the Contra Anniversary Collection? Nah, don't care about it. I already have all of them physical. I don't need it. Red Dead 1 or Red Dead 2? Don't like either one. But if I was going to have to pick between the two, Red Dead 1. I like the story of Red Dead 1 better than Red Dead 2. Why is GTA 6 taking so long? Because Rockstar sucks. And you guys keep enabling them by rebuying the games over and over again, which allows them to do what they do. Do you like Valhalla or Odyssey better? I liked Valhalla better because I am more interested in Norse mythology than and what have you than Greek. GTA 5's been released multiple times. PS3, PS4, and now PS5. And of course PC, so at least 4 times. I bought GTA 5 physical on PS4 for $10 at Walmart. I somehow ended up with it for both PS3 and PS4. I don't know how I ended up with it because I hate that series, but might have been where 8th wanted it because he wanted to play with his friends or something. I don't remember. My concern for... I'm not really concerned about it for myself, but for you guys who actually like Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto, I'm concerned that there's a lot of rumors going around that they're going to go the Saints Row direction and are going to clean it up and get rid of a lot of the political correctness stuff. I don't know how much I believe it because that's that series' bread and butter. If they go that direction, they're going to destroy that series, but that's the rumors I've been hearing. We'll see. Why don't you like The Last of Us? Because to me, it's just another zombie game. I like the character of Joel, but there's not really anything unique or original to that at all. And I like the gameplay of the Uncharted series better. I liked having a modern Indiana Jones, and they ruined that because Druckmann didn't want it there anymore. He wanted the company focused on his stuff, and he didn't create Uncharted, so he wanted it gone because he's a dick. Seventh, do you have any stories of people hurting themselves or destroying stuff with the Wii remote? That never happened in my house because, the strap was there for a reason. Hello? And I don't know anybody that happened to either. So I wouldn't be able to tell you anything that you wouldn't be able to look up YouTube on your own. What's the word on the new Splinter Cell? Haven't heard anything about a new Splinter Cell. But then again, I'm not a big fan of the Splinter Cell series, so I don't go looking for news for it, Rain. So I wouldn't be the guy to ask about that one. No, I didn't like Ellie. I liked Joel. I didn't play any of the Valhalla DLC because I never even finished the main campaign. I got bored and quit. Gaming Pro Warrior, why do you keep asking me questions about Crap Gamer when I've stated I don't have anything for him? Don't troll me, son. Don't troll a troll. Does Druckmann have me blocked on Twitter? I have no idea because I don't follow his Twitter. I have zero interest in anything that man has to say. Thoughts on Assassin's Creed Mirage? I talked about that almost 4 hours ago. It plays just like it plays more or less exactly like the original, but with a less interesting story. But if you liked the original Assassin's Creed, you'll like Mirage. What kind of games do you play? I play mostly RPGs. RPGs, third-person action games, some shooters. Don't really play sports games. Not really into fighting games. The only racing game I ever really liked was Burnout Paradise. Do you know Grace Randolph? No. Is that another troll attempt? Am I supposed to know who that is? Is that some horrible person that you're trying to troll me into saying something about them? I don't think Rev has uploaded or tweeted in like 3 months. Rev comes and goes. He has to disappear and reappear because of his job. If his job starts to get, if it seems like his job's going to get too much of a whiff of the fact that he's online, he disappears. I don't know if that's what happened this time. It could just be that he's having too much, enjoying his own personal life too much. Or for all I know, maybe he had some damage from that last hurricane and he's been having to recover from that. I really don't know. I would think that if that was the case, he would have at least gotten on Twitter and let everybody know if that was the case. What type of job does Rev have? That's none of your business, Shadowhood. I know what he does, but, that's his business. No, Rev is not a bounty hunter. I'm not going to tell you what he does. I know what he does, but I'm not going to tell you what he does. Seventh, if I was to learn the history and timeline of the Gamergate situation, what video would be the first video to check out so I can catch up because I never looked into it? That would depend on which narrative you believed. If it was a harassment campaign to get women out of gaming, or if it was an anti-social justice campaign that also had to do with being tired of a extremely leftist view in the gaming journalism community and some of the collusion that was going on between gaming journalist websites and publishers and developers, mostly publishers. I think for the most part, a lot of the videos that would have been the most insightful for you probably don't exist anymore. We're talking about something that happened 9 years ago. So it's okay for you to know, but not us. Yes, because I've had private conversations with Rev. Just because he shared that with me doesn't mean that all of you were meant to know it. Seventh, if you had to choose just one streaming service, what would it be? Amazon Prime. Seventh, what's your least favorite AC game? Probably 3. I thought 3 was extremely boring. Or possibly Unity, because I don't care anything about the history of France. Y'all can stop guessing because they've all been wrong so far. And I'm not telling you. Like I said, Ultra Steel, most of the videos that would have been relevant have been deleted. Deleted or flagged down, one or the other. If you do a Google search, if you start watching it and the first words out of their mouth was Gamergate was a harassment campaign, you know to turn it off. Yes, there were some trolls involved in Gamergate. But they didn't speak for all the other people that were involved in it. That's why it's such a hard thing to quantify in that way. Because there were different people involved in it that were involved in it for different reasons. I don't remember what his motivation for it was, Shadow Deist. He just asked me to do it, so I did it. I'm not going to tell you something that I don't have permission to tell you. Period. Drop it. Or I'm going to skip straight to strike 3. I'm not a big fan of Black Flag, to be honest. I've never been a big fan of naval combat. Me neither. No, I'm not a fan of Tom Clancy games. Yes, I like Westerns. Yes, we could do with more Western-style games. Well, anyway, it's 10 o'clock. I gave you 4 hours. I think that's enough. I'm going to get off here. Go pour me a fresh glass of tea, sit down and watch a spooky movie. Not sure which one I'll watch. But that's what I'm going to go do. Tomorrow, I'll be working on episode 8 of Trey for Life All Day. It'll go live Monday. This will be the Hellhound 30X episode. And y'all can watch that Monday. Otherwise, I'll be back here Saturday. Same 7th time.